YouTube. Greetings to my people, my friends, family, my soul tribe. And thank you so much. Well, I'm thanking God for everything, giving me the opportunity to speak and to share why we should love everything that about us that we go through. If you never knew the love that the Lord had for you, how would you know why He even made you? Would you even know? Not if they told us to look everywhere else. So, to friends, family, loved ones, foes, or whatever, for people that know me, I'm going to just say that. And for those that don't, my life is a miraculous journey. I didn't look at it that way. I just looked at life like it was something to challenge, if you will. So, think about it. Regardless, there's a lot of things that's going on, the prices and things like that. Some people's worrying about their credit. The credit's about to be extinct. Life is changing. The president is doing some things and changing some things up. And we living in life, my ones, that is making it difficult for us that lives here. Just think about what's going on. Many of us are still asleep. We have no idea. None. So think about if you just think of, for those that do have an understanding, pardon me, that some of us that do have an understanding of the Bible scriptures. Now, I'm not talking about in a religious way. You don't need to go anywhere or have a religion. We didn't need that, is what I'm saying. We needed to know how to behave in this life, really. That's just what it is. How should we behave? Now, not after your parents tell you and you get past this life, they raise you. Some of us got bad starts, some of us got good ones. But if you made it through, what should have been more important? Or what was more important? Was it what you went through? I mean, was it what happened to you? Or what you went through? If what happened to you is more than what you went through, and you don't see that you went through it, and it doesn't make sense why you went through it, because somebody should have protected you. Yes, right? You'll say, logically, yes. But whatever spirit that comes against, or that being, or that person that turned to do something harmful, or to want to take power or control, if you survived, if you fought through it, if you didn't let it break you, if you survived, your survival should be okay. I'm just saying, well, I got to say it the way I know how to say it. I don't know no other way to say it. Your spirit has to be more than what you've been through. It will have to show you the strength of the things that you went through. Why did you go through it, and what did it make of you? If the make of what you came from didn't shape you to make you more of a better version than you, and if it made you lower than yourself, then you didn't learn as much about you. You didn't learn. You didn't learn. You didn't see your own strength. You let the situation or circumstance tell you who you are, and it made you weaker because you thought of the outcome of maybe, or whatever it is, if it's from people knowing, or of yourself feeling the shame of you let something happen and it's your fault. If you didn't make that person or possess that person or told this person or whatever it is to really, because you got people that role play and do things like that, But when we know it's serious and no is no, no matter which spectrum it is, no matter if it's a man or woman, either way, no is no. And it's a definite, it's not a question if it's a child. But anytime it's by force or by a reason or way of manipulating or, manipulating and gaslighting at any point a child or anyone, because you know certain, for those that got certain gifts and they know them, everybody got God's gift. This is universal, and this is for everybody to know, whether you believe that we got spiritual powers and spiritual gifts, and some people just, not some of us, not all of us, that means all of us. Everyone is God's children, whether we know it or not. Don't matter who you serve, whether you serving, you part of Satan's team or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. You belong to both. God belongs to all things, and everything comes from him. So that means that, pay attention. If everything comes from the Most High and you on his side, and that power is all knowing, and it knows everything. And he said, these are my children. You know how you become his children? By not letting this world change you. And if it did, do you know to get back a better version of you, even out of the things you've been through? If you can go through life and you look at it as a journey, and you're an optimistic person. Most optimistic people, I'm an Aries. So Arians by nature is the first in the zodiac sign. So we are meant to lead. Most of us, when most of us become very sure of ourselves, and that's not just in a just looking at it in a zodiac sign way only. But if you know every attribute, every sign, I indoctrinate. So if we all embrace each other's sign exteriors and personalities and traits. So a lot of them know it. The readers that read card readers, they know by the sun, moon, and things like that. You should get to know them for the ones that knows it like that. I don't know. I just know how that I'm lining up with everything. So I just learn to learn it that way. So for the ones that knows more in that category, like I like to learn, so I learn as well from them. So in all that learning, get understanding, if you're paying attention, that how the stars and the planets and how our zodiac signs and certain things depending on the time we was born and the position of the planet. So whatever that is, and if that don't mean nothing to some people, that's too deep. Well, you should get deep in yourself. If that's too deep, don't worry about that part. Worry about the part that you should worry about, which is your own self. So if you pay attention to yourself, how can we get lost? Is there ever a time somebody went somewhere and they lost their body and they said, well, my head was over. I left it on 42nd Street, but my body was over here on 33rd Street on the 6th train. So either way, what I'm saying is, where it don't happen like that, right? It's not physically logical for that separation to ever be. That's the same way it has to be with the Most High in yourself. You have to love yourself. Where should you be that you're going to get lost? Now, we could get lost in our mental. What I'm saying is, where can you be that the Lord is not with you? So I have to, when I say certain things, I clarify to the best of my ability so people can understand what I'm saying when I say it. Because there's nobody right now that can say, what you mean by that? So I try to, express that part. If we understand that if you measure yourself, we could watch TV, we do everything else. We can see everything about people in the world and the politics, and we need a LCL or whatever it is that we need to worry about. I'm not saying don't have them or don't do it. What I'm saying is, if you thought more of yourself and we vision a way where we saying, well, at this point, we saying we want our money, or it's a way to make money or secure our money or whatever the case is. Even me by speaking right now is having a leap of faith of knowing that it's something, is another way. It's not a something. It is a power. It is a God that resonates. And he uses us to be his glory for it. And if you don't look at your life and look at life, the things that we journeyed and the things and the trials and the tribulations that we went through, it's really the storms. It's not so much of all the happy times. The happy times is appreciated, but you can't appreciate those times if you didn't go through some rough feathers. If you didn't get locked up and you didn't get those, get burnt in the fire. Some people, whether literally or figuratively, either way, if it applies to you and you went through it and it scarred you, it disfigured you. Now, that can be either way, because I'm not just talking about physically, because some people's scars is inwardly, and those are the ones that people can't see. So if I'm a mirror and I'm something, is a difference. Okay, so people that, when you got someone that mirrors, and we say, oh, this is a person that mirrors a person, so we have them. Chosen ones, why I say that? And they say, well, what's the chosen one? A chosen one is people that went through life the hardest and we had the roughest time. And nobody was able to soothe us or was there in the times that when we didn't understand what life was happening and things and people that let things happen to us and the situations that happened and people kept us in the dark, things that wasn't entrusted to us, things that we was blocked out, secrets was going around and about that was never known for you to know. When you play these parts in life and you see that everything was good at one time, everybody was joined together, everybody was so close, and life started happening as it started happening to get a little bit rough for you, and you start knowing that people starting to be ill, and you starting to take care of someone's, and a lot of things is happening, and then as they going, and God starts separating some things, and you start seeing the road clearer again, then you start seeing the light, the road start being clear. You get clairvoyance. Once you understand how to pay attention to your life, that means that the Lord is moving and separating people out of your life. Whether they did something wrong or did something right, it doesn't matter. It just means those people is not meant to go. They're not meant to travel or to be in contact on this part of your life. That's not some people. That can apply to anyone. You got to pay attention if you one of those ones. Everybody that understand how God speaks to us, we understand we need to detach. Yes, most certainly it is your loved ones. Some of them that you love, some of them was not loved ones to be loved. They didn't love you back. Now, who knows better than that? That's the Most High. What I'm saying is, regardless of the reason or circumstance, if you see your road being clear, some people you lose in contact and they're not calling as much, or we could feel some type of way. I went through some times of going through some of those thoughts or feeling and understanding them, that it had nothing to do whether somebody put something in or did certain things. Those was the reason for the change. So when God is doing certain things and mixing certain things up, and once it starts happening, you paying attention. This is for everyone. This is not something that somebody could use or misconstrue. You should not. I'm talking about bettering yourself, so you could be a brand new, better you. If we never seen the things that, or went through the things we went through, how would you know how strong you are? People play video games. You can do a lot of things. You can have a job for over 25, 50 years or whatever, doing the same thing and still be lost. Because if you don't know or you don't believe in the Bible's misconstrued. We don't know what God is. I don't really know too much. I don't get it. That means that you did not learn that life should have taught us that no matter what happens, we should have learned to rely on ourselves. Who else was better to get us through? Who could you rely on? It doesn't matter how many times you got snaked or somebody did something to you. As long as I saw a way, I didn't have to know what's in the dark and what's going on in the back of me. As long as I saw what was in front of me. And I knew one thing that was in front of me was me. If you don't know how what your own strengths are, if you wasn't born with knowing what you're capable of, and how life made you more sure than when you were sure. Did you get more sure of yourself? Now, some people think it's cocky. Oh, you think I just want to chop this one down. Do you know what this one went through? I don't talk about a lot of things because I lived it. So I think about how I made it manageable to understand that if I'm picked, I understood who I was, where I was, and I saw the circumstances around me. After you have so much responsibility and you see that you're the one to be there because you was the most responsible one, not in the sense of what the world think is responsible in your attributes, in your spirit, the understanding of knowing that you can handle something because the Lord said, I chose you. I see that you are straight, that you are fit for this reason. Now, the Lord going to put you where you be supposed to be. Now, if you pay attention to your life and how many times you did a certain job or whatever it is that life is turning you, whether it's with your hands, with your mouth, or teaching. So either one of those things, either you performing a surgery or you doing something with mouth, or either way, you're doing something with your hands or in your mouth, or your mind, regardless of what you're using, different things. Now, once you pay attention to that you're either using your mouth or your hands. Yes. Excuse me. Now, when I say that, that's because it's two things. It's two spirits in the world that narrowed it down to two. If you went to school and you learned some wonderful things, you should have learned some wonderful things that school don't teach you how to go through life. You have to use certain measurements and apply it to your own life. Like, okay, for instance, math and multiplication. They're going to tell you how life is about adding, subtracting, and division, right? So you get to learn how to add in this life. You see things get added and things get taken away. Some things get divided, some things go away. Either way, you can use those measurements and apply it to life because it doesn't tell you how to live this life at all. It tells you how to work, how to be a good worker, how to go by the books. If you're a straight A, they know you're perfect for this world. You're going to do everything that it says. You're not going to cut no corners. Now, imagine those same straight A students were straight like that in their heart. How many of us is like that? How many of us want to be, don't cut no corners, want to live a better and straighter life if we ever did that have that same fight and say, I'm not going to get fired for you. I'm not going to risk my job for you. I'm not going, somebody wants you to forge some signatures or use your job in an ill-minded way. And you feel like you one of those, I'm not going to cut no corners for you. It will be more likely to have that same mindset, more profound for the Most High that had love for you, that we should think the same way. I'm not going to risk my life for some job when I know that the Lord see me deemed to be worth it. If I have to trick my people or I'm in a job that's demoralizing my people and as well as myself, chipping me out of my own paycheck, the gross that we supposed to get, we never get. So the things that I'm saying that we sit with, that we complain about, but we never do nothing about it. If we had one sound, one mind, and say, no, if you mess with our money, we mess with yours. You don't get none. What do that mean? That means stop paying bills. I didn't say not go to work. I said go to work and save your goddamn monies. So if we could save our money and stop paying rent and paying bills that we could never catch up to own nothing, you don't want to ever get to a part because, oh, no, well, that's okay because that's what it's supposed to be. We live in a city. Okay, so what about people that's homeowners? They still paying more property tax, water tax, all kinds of stupid ass tax. Where all these taxes come from? We don't even use none of them. Well, you got to pay big bridge tax, toll tax, all kinds of tax. Everything is tax, 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 tax. Okay. Well, I believe that the power goes to the people. And we got to be those people to stop the things that we don't like. If you don't like it, stop buying into it. I'm hoping that it can make some sense. Because, yes, would it cause some shakeup? Yes, it's supposed to. Because how else would you see if I'm saying stop paying rent, uh all these like, if I don't pay this or my car no, if I don't do this, then they take my car away. They're gonna take everything away. The point is you have to make a point and make a stand. They don't exist unless you give it power to exist. God said this system needs to come down. Why? Because it's still functioning in a way of a corporation that don't exist. This is why whatever they saying about Trump and he trying to take certain things down, God said Babylon is falling. Okay, this has got to stop because they're making us working off our back while we working hard to take our kids to school or try to make ends meet. For those that got their kids out the house, I'm by myself. I'm living by myself. Is life could it be better? Yes, but am I willing to do strange things to force a shortcut to do something to make it go faster? No. So I'm telling you, this is what when this part comes is a test. That means that you sit down and you remember why God chose you to be your best. You sit down. If you by yourself, then it's a good time to talk to the Lord or to talk to your people. Remind them of these times. If you're being through a test, and this is a test for me, I can tell you, my people, I'm still going to hold on to whatever it is that the Lord said. If the Lord told you, I got you, why should you not believe it unless you don't believe in nothing good about you that the Lord proved that I made a way for you? Did you not see it? So if anybody did not see God do some, the Most High, the Creator, create some things in your life. That's why it's create, right? That's the Creator. So I like that word because that's what we are. Now, to create, to be a creator is to create something in your mind, to be able, this is one, to be able to speak and tell us that it's a different way to live this world. We don't have to live the same way that we was told to live and that or taught to believe is what I'm saying. You don't need a religion. It religions you to have one mind. It doesn't let you see different avenues. Why? Because it said don't let anybody, many gods, many people will come in my name and say, I am the truth and the light. I'm in the way. Right? Many. It don't matter what denomination is. You got Islam, this one, the Christians, the atheists, non-believers, some believers, some Christians, whatever you want to be. That you say where your faith is at. Whatever your faith is. Whatever your faith is, it should example the walk that you live. You should live by whatever it is that you believe. Now, most people think that means that you're supposed to be perfect, or you don't curse, or you don't smoke, or you. That means that you do this, so that means you can't. Or you see people. No, I see people as they are, and I understand as I'm learning more about myself. I learned that it's two spirits in this world, and it's God of love and the God of distraction, the one that will kill everything that God said He loves. That's period. Now, those people are the part of the world, no matter which part that you go to and travel, is good and evil on every side. Now, everything is not goddamn evil until your spirit make it like that. You know, whatever you thinking and harboring or wishing or want or watching someone do something or hear something that somebody's wishing or want to harm or say something ill about that person that did nothing to you, did nothing to hurt or harm or want to deceive you. And we are innocent, we are bystanders, are watching, especially when it's an innocent person. This is a note to everybody, so take account and listen very well. If you feel bad in your spirit, it should make you feel bad enough to see if your spirit, if you had any of those attributes in yourself. Are you one of those? Are you capable of change? If that feeling or exposure in yourself is too much for your mind to maintain and fabricate and to get a bomb burst of heaven so you can remember why God called you by name, if that is not true, then I can understand why people let pain override their feelings about why they should change. That's too much for me. I don't want to analyze. I can't be that person. I'm not like that. I don't see people like that. Well, if anybody's having a question, and those that know me, and those that, or anybody that, I'm using myself as an example because I have to. Now, I'm not pointing the fingers or worrying about who I'm trying to offend or being offended. It's not about being offensive. It's how many people that know their spirit will not argue with one that is right with that one. Everybody that's underneath God's love. And we don't need to be perfect or have the same, like the same foods. We have to have the same spirit and be connected to the same power that's going to tell us, this is our soul tribe. I can feel you by your spirit. I know that you won. You're a trusted one. If God said I send a trusted one, or that you know that you're following after a might that do no harm to no one, and you took that oath and you ran with the Lord, and He said, no matter what nobody say, would you still love me? Would you fight for me? Yes, my Lord, I will. Would you speak my name? I said, Lord, if you send me, if you send me wherever I need to go, I'll do it for you. I'll let the world know that you're a miracle and you're true. How do you know? You got to be that unwavering faith of a strong vessel. It's more than my appearance. Oh, she looks like this. Oh, she's a little. It's not about our appearance. Usually we look good because we have self-confidence. Your self-confidence will make you have the joy in your side because you understood the things that you went through. Yes, is it going to be hard? Was it sad? That sometimes did I cry? Yes, I did all those things, and all of those things made me who I am inside. It made me remember when I didn't remember, when I forgot, when I stumbled sometimes, and I didn't often get things right. Didn't always get people right. I misjudged because I thought people was kind, not because I looked at people like they was something else and thought everybody was messed up. I thought everybody was good because I know that it's good in everything and everyone. We can do good, but can our spirit be that? No, the spirit cannot hold goodness and too long because it's not natural for that being to inhabit that spirit of being kind and upfront. If that spirit was made to already took an oath, or listen, don't have to be in the industry. If you take an oath anywhere, it could be in your house. If you chosen to be one of those people that go around starting trouble or name calling or seeing or nitpicking and saying stuff to instigate a fight or some type of argument, some type of juice, and you want to call and find out and put other people on the line and do all kinds of stuff to see what the other person wants to say, and the person be quiet and all that. Listen, there's a lot of techniques that goes on. If you any one of those, if you do those things, it shows you who you are. I'm just saying. So if somebody said, "Do you do those things?" and you asking me, and I say no, so if you asking a lot of things that most people still do, that's worldly. First of all, the answer is no. It's not because I'm better. It's because I came out from being somebody that I never was anyway. I never thought about being jealous. I never afflicted or wanted to get back at anybody. I didn't never thought like if somebody made me feel a certain way, I got to get even. And okay, let me just say it like this. Yes, I do think about people feeling something. If you made me feel anything, then I had my own way, but it was not physical. It wasn't mental. It was a physical, mental. Okay, I don't know how to. Wait, let me don't say I don't know because I usually just give me a second. Okay, I mirror the effect that affected me. So if I'm talking to someone, whatever you show me, I'm going to show it back to you. I'm going to show you the action of what I feel like when that's done to me. So if something is done to me and then you see, you're either going to feel something because I'm not going to do anything to you or wish anything for you. I just know when to step back. Or if I continue to do, even if it wasn't done for me, I'm still showing you. It's still showing the attribute of why you don't give up and why you should show kindness instead of bitterness, because they cannot never say they did not have someone to still do something that they didn't do. They can't say they never had because they didn't appreciate it or they didn't see it that way. That is not the person that's doing it problem. The person that's doing it don't know that it's not for the fact, oh, I'm getting brownies, God is watching. I knew that I'm being watched. I know that it watches everything. So if I'm being watched and I'm saying that I want to example why the Most High is what I believe, that's my faith. But my faith resides in me. So if somebody's want to see if what's your weak spot, and your weak spot is the Most High, guess what that person, guess what those persons or people got? Zero chance in this whole world at all. When I say at all, look at my eyes. At all. You have zero chance of breaking anybody that has a faith in the Most High to understand that He made us fearfully and wonderfully made. If you don't understand that understanding, that He gave you authority, dominion, that means you have the authority. You can speak a certain way. That's not for everybody. Everybody do not have that same. Listen, everybody is, we have the potential. Okay? So we have the potential. We can be better than what we was or what we are. We have to want to change. And those that don't want to change, you cannot and you should not think that it's cool to put other things on somebody else or to use them because you didn't have it for yourself, that you thought, let me sit down and analyze, think about my life and think about correcting some things. Let me see where I went wrong at, when I could have done something better. Could I have done better in the situation, even if the doors is closed? Go back and reflect, so that way when you get a new chance in life, you can do better than what you did in the old part of yourself, when you have other relationships or other jobs, or when you was a certain way, even in family or having a conversation. Could I have talked a different way? Let me think about if I could have handled that a certain way. Could I have been better? Could I have been more gentle? Did this person deserve the treatment or the actions that I did? Did they deserve any part of that? And if the answer is no, then if you say you belong to that one, that's the Almighty, the all-knowing, the all-truth teller that can never tell a lie, is our most trusted, beautiful, is powerful, most gracious friends that give us grace when we don't deserve it, but it give us peace within. That one. If you know about that one, and people saying something or trying to belittle or something about you, and you don't know that if that person is coming across or saying anything, that person don't belong to the same power and might as you. I don't care how close you say, I'm this, I come from that. That's not no shade. I'm just saying for anybody that believe that, because I'm not down, this world tricked us and tricked us all. Because when going to church, I was a Christian. I said that. I used to call myself that. Now I'm just simply a child of the Most High. That's it. Child of the Creator. Now, what is that? That is what we're supposed to do, create and open minds and give us a brand new way to think. If you want to get through this world, you want the same thing, whatever you want in this life, you want a house, a car, whatever, and you doing it through the Most High. He said, rely on me, ask me for all things. Don't rely on anything else. You know what I did? I started reading the words to believe it. So I said, okay, what I have to do, I just have to believe. Don't be mean to your enemies. Your enemies, they're going to be jealous of you because you work for me. Remember, they don't like you. You're still to stop whatever it is. You're a mirror to them. They don't like what they see. Do I stop? Do you keep going? Who you work for? Who you praise? Who's your glory? Who sustains you? Who can give you everlasting life? Who can give you abundance and open up the sky and give you blessings from the Most High up above the heavens and open up from every side and pour you out blessings where you can't receive? You don't know how it's coming. You don't know how many people is blessing you. And that blessing comes from who? The Most High. What do you have to do? Because that is not, everybody ain't getting that. You have to do something courageous to please the Lord. And that's not pleasing the companies and the businesses and going on your own way. You can do it. You can get some people to sprinkle some things and say, look, I'm going for a job and I need a little help. They give you a little help. I'm not saying everything I'm just saying the intention of doing it that way when you could just say, I trust you, Lord. Help me how to govern myself. Okay, you want to know? Believe in yourself. Trust in yourself. Be more mindful of yourself. How you treat yourself is how you treat me. How you love others is how you love me. How you think of yourself and how you think of others is how you treat and think of me. If you do strange things with yourself outside of me, I gave you some lessons in life. Each of you had different journeys. It was supposed to show you, to appreciate you, to learn that I kept you. I was there for you. When you was weak, who kept you? Yes, was it prayers? People prayed for you. But ultimately, what did you have to have to make me call and give you life or to keep you? It had to be something that you have to have. Listen, this is what I'm saying. You got to have a fight in you. No, just like nobody want to help somebody that don't help themselves. Well, damn it, the Lord is the same way. We have to pull our own weight. It's not, well, the Lord is going to protect me and treat me good. It's going to do everything. I ain't got to do nothing. If you don't got to do nothing, then life is going to knock you around, and all you're going to be is for this life. And most of us across this world is worldly, and we've been praising the wrong God. Well, I knew who the Lord was. I just needed to know how to live this life in a rightful way with my hands clean without hurting nobody. Listen carefully. So everybody can see if they took that same approach. And if you didn't, that is the road that you need to get to. You don't need to be like everybody else. Find the best thing to make you better than your old self and to make yourself a brand new version of a brand new you. Change your mind. It would change your spirit. Whether you eat in a certain way, I'm not eating a certain way, how you think, you ought to think more clearer. You ought to think of yourself as a woman that if God gave us his best, why and what is making us settle for less in this world is not our best, but it told us it was. Like, no, you gotta follow the rules for everybody. But if you don't pay your car note, they take your car away. They do this and the government does that. But if you don't file your taxes, they can take your money. And if you do file, and they can just do. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or they keep killing us. It's like the cops they doing this, and it's like so many things that we talking about that's going wrong. Well, if you can't fix none of them, shouldn't you be a difference in your life to go a different way and see and trust God that if you move in a certain way, what harm should come against you? If you live in and you believe a certain way and you believe that you could still get the same things out of life. If you wanted to be a surgeon or whatever, do you not believe that the Lord could have put his spirit and could have guided you and protected your way to guide you in this life where you didn't have to do all kinds of things in this life? If you learn how to master yourself, then you master the great piece of life. Now, somebody want to say, how you know all these things? Well, is it a question that you should be asking? If it's one that I believe in, I said, listen, if you don't believe it's a source, it's a power, and you got to connect to it, how do you connect to it? Connect to your goddamn self. Make some corrections so you can see why God trusts, why he made you a certain way, and what part you supposed to be playing, what example you supposed to be living, whether you're an artist or a drawer or whatever. If that's your spirit, is it enough to make other people feel it? Is it an uplifting thing? Or people can like poetry. I'm not saying not to do it. I'm just saying, do you use all the colors? If life is drawing a picture, I don't know how to draw it physically on paper. Like I could be that type of artist. I'm not that, but I'm an artisan showing what art and beauty of our journeys, of our life journeys through our choices. Through our choices determines how we see life and why life can be either seem more difficult than other times. Why do death keep happening, or why we keep fighting, or why we look outside. We're not looking at how come we keep having these issues in our family. How come how many people died of cancer? How many people is doing this? We're not even keeping account of what's happening in our homes, in our family line. How many of us is being affected by some bullshit? We're not looking at that. Excuse me. let me use, but how many people's being affected by some things that we're not aware of. So when we're not aware of the unknowns, and we focusing on politics and money and bills and payments and things like that, it's best to have the Most High. You need that. It's a spirit that resonates in you. It's a spirit that should tell you for everybody is not that. So please understand, for the ones that, if your character and your spirit is not built to go through all kinds of trials, when people leave you, being abandoned, or you had a life where you have to go through many different not nursing homes, what you call that, foster homes. If you had to be in the foster homes, or if you had to just be in the system in any type of way, and you was multiply changed in different families, and you couldn't figure yourself out because you wasn't able to say that for whatever reason they did, you was moved around. If that's your story, for those that went through that, and those that went through not having a mom or dad when they got here and they came in this world, they both of their parents was gone. Some came in with one parent who lived, and the mom didn't make it, but the father was there to raise his kid. So we got all kinds of stories. Why did this happen? Why did I have to raise a kid, raise my firstborn without their mom? Shocking, enough to shatter anybody's spirit in the babies in their arms. So you got the strength of life that can give you the strength to hold that baby in your arms. Your loved one is gone. Another part of you is torn. The strength of having that baby, to have that life, even though the mother's gone, is life and death, is the power of life, of being resurrected, taking one and giving one. Why did God do that? Why would he make that to happen? I don't have to know everything, why he do everything. The point is, if you went through something, are you learning what it was that you went through? It could have broke you. If it didn't, if it made you sad, yes, did you go through some things? It was a very harsh, it's a very heavy weight to grieve at the same time as get up to take care of your child as a father, as the mother is gone. That father, that spirit, that if he holds the integrity and the boundaries of nurturing this little one and giving the memory of the mother's love, that he remember that the mother gave that woman had a motherly love. If that woman was nurturing, he'll remember to give that love to the baby. He'll remember that woman's love. It was nurturing. He has that side. He will use his feminine nature, which is the softer side of his masculine side. He's still a man. He just understands to be delicate when you have a child, an infant, a baby, very soft and gentle, easily to be broken if mishandled. It's a delicate creation. That man or woman need to have a soft touch to be delicate with that one. That is the strength for any being to look at, if a man can raise a child underneath those extreme conditions, or vice versa. Either way, when we go through these harsh conditions and we look at the things that happen in life and it says not fair, why does it have to happen this way? It's not making sense. I wasn't prepared for this. I thought life was supposed to be this way, and I was supposed to handle it this way. Just like life is not is not something that you can control or write down, unless you're controlling the narrative. Now, who tell us that? Who knows script by script? Don't they use The Simpsons? Oh, they predicted something before it was going to happen. They said this about Trump. They said this about Kobe, that it was going to be an accident with an airplane. No, not an airplane. My correction. Was it an airplane or a helicopter? I think it was an airplane. Yeah, I think it's the airplane. But either way, the point is, whether it's the airplane or the helicopter, they predicted it anyway, a certain way before it happened. Those are the distractions of this world that can predict and tell us when we're going to get the next type of sickness that's going to come and shock the world, and they prepare us and let us know some strange Zika virus is coming. Ooh, it's coming! Everybody panic. Get scared and go to the stores and buy all the toilet tissue and buy all the water. Everybody panic, get scared. Oh my God, don't touch nobody. Like they did with COVID. People panic to their soul. Ain't we still here? Listen, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that some people didn't die from it and said whatever. Most people died from panic, from anxiety. And if you was already someone that had heart problems or had some type of high blood pressure or some type of surgery, something that you needed to be medicated on, or especially with your heart, or you had something going on with your stomach or different things that was going on. And those was the ones they wanted to take the most. They wanted you to have most of the shots. The elderly, the ones that were sick the most, yeah, get them. Because if you don't, you're more at risk than anyone. Remember, you're elderly, you're more delicate to germs and sickness than the younger people. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I just wanted to get something on my back. So, when we don't think wisely about some of the choices and the things that we are doing by these people that tell us certain things, and they make all kinds of popsicle choices for us, and they pop out like, surprise, look what we got you. Look what we came up with. Came up with new phones. We got a new style of iPhones, and it got this feature to it. We got this, and we got the games, and look, we got your favorite player. Look who's advancing and being traded off to who. Look how much money this person is worth and ain't net worth. Why is that even important? Most people, when we get money, we don't want nobody to know how much you got, right? When you work and you get your paycheck and you're not asking nobody how much they paid you, usually, depending on what kind of jobs, because we still want to know if we're doing the same job in the same amount of hours and we came in the same amount of time, is our pay the same? Okay. That's fair to ask. I mean, but is that a norm in general? No. That question, it would usually be asked if the boss is being fair. That's where that question will come in at. If somebody's asking, if it's not in that way, then every person is for themselves and you should mind your own business, right? So why is it that they can tell the world how much? Isn't that what people get killed for? For money, for somebody knowing that somebody hit the lotto and they got a lottery ticket and they're like, oh, I hit the jackpot, and everybody telling them every goddamn thing. Isn't that how somebody get bumped off? So I'm saying it's a contradiction of privacy. It doesn't make sense. They'll tell you to keep your business. Don't let people know what you got. They tell everybody anyway. If you win and you hit the lottery, you gotta announce to the world that you somebody that hit something. So if you ain't want nobody to know, they don't care about that. Oh, we want to expose you, and hopefully, you make it or you do the right thing with it. I'm not saying not to do it. What I'm saying, I'm not saying not to play, not to take chances. Because in your life, you got to make your own choices, and you have to do the things that you want to experience in life to see if you want that to be part of your experience. Life is like a shopping place to me. You can shop anywhere you want, depending on what you want to shop for. Now, some people use life as shopping with money. Say, damn, I can't buy this unless I have that. Yes, that's when you go into the stores, you need furniture, you need food, you need a job. Yes, you need that. Now, what about the other part of life that gets you the same thing, but It gets you to get all of those things, but what do you need? And it's one thing that most people don't use. They don't got their faith and their intuition and to praise God and live a certain way. He'll open up doors for you. So when you walk in a certain way, you'll get that job. But it came from the Most High because it's already directing you. That's your spirit, and your spirit guides is protecting you. They're already making a way for the people when you line up and you going through a certain way in life and you asking the Lord to protect you. Now that I had so many things around and broken, now that you're free, if you can see some things and you believe that the Lord got you, why shouldn't you believe that everything that you want, that the Lord will do it for you? If you believe and say, well, don't I need to do something? Yes, you need to believe and have faith. So while you're on your travel, you're going to meet the right people at the right time. God knows how to do it for different people. Some people don't have to do a lot because they already did a lot. So they could just do bare minimum and God going to take them somewhere. And people are like, how did that happen? Well, that person relied on the Most High and he looked and said, I'm going to make this person roll like they did a lot of hard work in their life. This one needs a break. When he say that to us and you know what you put in, should you not expect that God won't forsake his righteous? Those that stay to the course or whatever it is that according to your journey that you was on in your life, whatever level that we in this matrix bubble. Somebody don't want me to say this. According to this matriarchic bubble that we live in, we won't watch the movies that got all the stars and we say, oh, that's a good movie. Oh, you should go see that. So we go and see ourselves and see how they act and play some roles. And we look at the special effects and things of the movie and say, wow, this is a good movie. And did you get the message? No, we did not. Some of us went and saw some movies that they made that was back in slavery of us being hung from trees and beaten, and it made us angry. So when you see certain things, they use psychology to psychologize our mind to put us back when we was being tortured and to see and excite racism because they're going to show the white man beating us. Is it true? Yes. Was that a mystery? No. Do you need to go and Google something about it? No. Is that true? Yes. Did they use their face to show that they were superior? Yes. Is that every white person? No. Is these the lineage of those that the oppressors was? Is these their children and their lineage that own most of these things in the high wicked places? Did they insert themselves? And who did business with them to be able for them to trick us this way? Who did it? All right, so if I tell you, you're not going to believe it. It was already made and discovered. I'm not going to say a lot of things yet. So what I'm going to say is, because I want to keep it where people can follow. If you can follow along, then you'll understand why there's only two spirits in this world. And you get to pick what God that you want to serve. You either serve in the God of righteousness. That means you fight for justice. You stand for principle. You stand for something when you walk. Do how you treat yourself, how you carry yourself in life. These are the things that make you acceptable for no matter what you went through, make you acceptable for the heavens to lean in and watch you. Oh, y'all didn't hear me. Oh, that's not real. That I don't believe. Don't believe. It's okay if you don't want to believe. Don't believe. You don't want to believe in yourself? Okay, don't. But you don't get upset for the others that do. And the ones that learned our life lessons and we decided to do something better than what we ever used to do. You have to take a leap of faith to do something that you didn't do, something that's new, something you don't know what it's going to work out to, but you just know it's something that it lines up. It's something that you like to do anyway. So if something is natural for you, that's what you should do. If you want to get paid, why don't you get paid off something that you're already good at and that you naturally like to do? If you're searching for the world to look for something to match up and to say, oh, I want to do this because this has a price and this will get me where I want. It got a certain amount or whatever. And I could just learn this. This is what I want to do. I want to take this up. I think this is easier for me to do or whatever the case is. And you find your way to get into whatever it is that you want to get out. But you're going by world standards of what you want out of this life instead of what do you want to do with the life that inspired you to be a blessing, to give you that life in the first place. If life is looked at in a different way, or whether no matter what it is, you want to clear your debt or whatever, if you did it with the faith of God and the Spirit with you, and it told you a different way and said, if you have your faith in me, and I'm watching, not everybody pay attention. That's why many is called, and a few, very few, are chosen, because not a lot of us could get through this life and stay in one piece. Some of us got broken. Some of us lost our way. Some of us stumbled with our feet. Okay, even if you did it change your spirit? Not one time did it. No, sometimes I question certain things, but that's not the same as losing heart or to making it change your spirit. It doesn't matter. Whose spirit is that? Because that's an unwavering spirit. That's a God spirit. What do God do? His spirit never changes. His love is always the same. He used different measures because he had to discipline us a certain way. Why? Because some of us is hard-headed. We pay attention more to this life than we do our own life. Those that are scientists, that like to use chemicals and measure, even those that knows they craft. Okay, on both sides, it doesn't matter. You know your craft. You know what to do, what you shouldn't do. You know the antidote. You know what to go do. You know how to travel and mix and buy whatever it is that we do. Right, from whatever side that you do it on, whatever it is what I'm saying. How you use it and what you're using it for, and how well your spirit is. Are you using it for? Are you wishing good? Or are you doing it for evil? Or are you disciplining or using it for someone to teach somebody a lesson? That person, if you're teaching someone a lesson and you're using the darker craft of yourself, and using your a dark skill of yourself, your dark side of your God self. Remember, we still creators. So whatever we want to create, we can create a world of destruction, and those people is a part of that world worldwide. If you don't want to come out of this bubble and you don't want to come out with a brand new version of why you should have an elevated mindset of your own brand new type of version of pride, then stay stuck in the system and keep wondering, how come I missed it? How come, what was the lesson? How come nobody told me? Because you wasn't willing to listen. Those that was talking and saying it, and I was saying, point yourself to yourself. This is not, if you want to be a better version of yourself, if you want to continue to show more hate or greed to get or to do something harmful or whatever it is, harmful don't all the time have to be with just money, but with our mindset, our body, the people, the choices that we put ourselves in, the things that we think that is fun. After you finish enjoying this world, because it's all an experience, he wants us to enjoy a little bit of life of sin, but then you get to find out how low or how deep you're willing to go in this life, because it could take you deep down within. And they like the sad ones. They like the ones that's a little bit miserable, the ones that feel that they're entitled. Listen, the entitled ones gets me all the time. They entitled. Entitled to what? They feel entitled because they figure, especially the ones that got connections. People that got connections, they got certain jobs, they got certain pulls, they know certain people. But when you got somebody that knows all, and nobody can beat them, and they want to talk about bigging these people up that fly around in these religions, and they get on TV and get millions of people to follow them and listen to them, instead of saying, you don't got to follow me. Follow God in your spirit. That's the God in you. You can do anything. You can create anything that you put your mind to. If you believe in yourself and you believe that this world is not going to change you. Remember, be open-minded, because it's going to have people to come after you. It's not going to be a ghost that, I'm just seeing ghosts. If you are seeing them, those are not ghosts. Those are people, ancestors and their loved ones that passed over, coming back to tear people up. So people do have their loved ones, their grandparents, their aunts, sisters, cousins, and people that rode with them that was down here, that was good peoples. They remember that. So when people mess with some of those people, and God said, these are my ones, and people got crazy family members. Everybody's spirit, because they transfer over, don't mean they come back, they turn over to be nuns. No, their spirit is still alive. If they was one of those richest wild ones that would tear somebody's head off and they would just shoot you up for whatever the case was or whatever they had to rumble in the jungle, their spirit is still the same, even out of the body. Okay? Now, Satan works for the Most High. Then when those spirits I'm talking about that they conjure up, the idiots don't know. Okay, I'm gonna say the minions and idiots because I mean they don't know. Satan already know. That spirit already know who not to go to. They already understand what the power of the might. But you think that might that's down here, that's God, that spirit that tell us the lust and all the things that goes against God, and you can have same-sex marriage and you can do all these things, and especially the alphabet people, S&M, BBM, BDM, whatever that is, that torture sex type of thing. Whatever it is, even if you heterosexual, it doesn't matter. It's how much we doing and the things that we going against ourselves because we said, well, we got freedom of speech and free will. I can do whatever I want. I'm grown. You can. You can. Should you do it? No, you shouldn't have sex with 3 and 4 or 5 people at one time because you're a female and you can, I want to see how many men I can do at one time and or I want to see how many people I can hurt and change them from being good to evil, how many women I can demoralize if you're a man, or if you're a woman, demoralizing a man and making how many men I can break down and make them weak and make them like women and break them down and treat them like women between the sheets and call them bitches as men. Listen, we in a richest world. And if you don't understand that these demons is on every side and some of them is in your family, and a lot of them, these are our family, but unfortunately, everybody that is born out of the same parents or whether we different, that spirit is different. If it's come from God, it said from the beginning of the foundation, the Lord knew who he would love and hate. Now, the Lord don't hate none of his creation. But if you turn your back on the Most High, and you keep turning your back, and the Lord is trying to reach you by sending someone that care about you, and you got to twiddle your thumbs, and you got to twiddle your toes, and you got to think about something. You need the moon and the stars. You need a whole lineup of other people to ask. You need to go see somebody that you go into a confession stand to talk to a preacher. You need somebody to help you to make a life lesson that God already told you, if you for me, and not send someone to bless you and to love you in a certain way, and they love you unconditionally, and you got time to sit there and think about it, you don't deserve it. Next. That's just period. Now, people, if you understood what I said, that apply that to everybody and apply that to yourself. Nobody needs, if you know you coming in peace and you there to uplift that man or woman, and they can't receive it that way, they give you a hard time, as arguments is, and you can't find a way to get even. You just want to make peace, and you don't understand why the rhythm is rhythming a certain way. Now, at first, everything was good because it was bumping, everything was grinding, was high and mighty, right? At one time, it was going. Why? Because gaslighting sometimes is a wonderful time. That's why they say, love is blind. It'll take over your mind. You need to elevate and truly find. You need to elevate and find. Love is blind. Okay, so it'll take over your mind. What you think is love is truly not. You need to elevate and find. Once you find yourself and you understand why you need to be respectful of yourself, because the Lord said, if I don't give nobody a goddamn thing, after I done told you who I was, and if you acknowledge who I am, do you believe it? Do you believe that I'm your best? Why would you settle? I didn't tell your children to settle for nothing. I told you to go through life to learn something, to learn about who you are, man and woman. I made you to sustain to see what you're worthy of. If you have imperfection, don't change them. I want to see if people love you the way that I love you for who you are, not for the perfections of what you should look like, not your glamour and your jewelry, not how well you keep your long hair and your nails done. How well you nurture me, I will nurture you from the inside out. If you believe in me, do you think I will leave my loved ones out? Do you think that he would forget about us and say, why we got to go through this? Because you need to understand that to be on his side, you need to be somebody that could stand on business. You're not worrying about what people think about their feelings. Life is not about our feelings. The Lord don't operate like that. Don't care nothing about, oh, I don't like it. It's going to hurt me. Sometimes he know why he hurt us, and it's not on purpose. Well, it is on purpose. Let me rephrase that. It is for a reason, but it's to elevate, not, it's supposed to get you to a point in life. Is it meant to break you, or are you going to learn to get past it where you get stronger of it? Whatever it is. I don't have to know your life, how many times you get up in the day, or how many times a day you eat. If you learn somebody by the Spirit that you hold, and you stand next to the one that is righteous and come in peace, you're not having a problem with nobody that believe in that same God. They don't have to like the same things. They don't have to even go to the same school or eat the same foods, but they have one thing in common. They understand that the Lord that they serve, you serve the same one. We in peace. We understand God's love. We don't have to, we just have to acknowledge that we are covered by the same one. So that one's is in unison. They don't have to fake. You don't need to be pretend. If you act as if, you should have stopped acting and just been the if. Because if you was just the if, then you wouldn't have to pretend. Do your people know when to stop goddamn acting? If you got a mask and you pretend because this world told you to be all these things and it's already deceiving us, and then got the nerve to be one of those people that believe in talking about politics or whatever, or family crossing each other or whatever it is, if we any one of those people, do we think to not to be whatever it is that we don't want to be in this world? If we lived a certain way, and people that know you by your character, by your standards, when they see you, can they say that you anything other than you not? Can you be seen in places where you never were seen, and things that do somebody have a picture of? What I'm saying is, can you should be happy at whatever it is that we decide to do in life, right? Because we have free will. And because we have free will, and the things that they told us about our wills kind of bend it, because this world only let us think one-sided and never let us see another side. Because what else is it to this life other than what we know? We're not thinking about the heavens, and that we have spiritual guidance that help us and assist us along this life down here, and help us to give guidance. Now, sometimes they nudge you in your sleep. Sometimes they use the nature where you see feathers around you. Those are your angels surrounding you. Then you got some that got the other things surrounding them. They got death that follows. So be mindful of who we speak and who we talk about, because you never know which one we're running up on and what that person carry. You don't know who God got his hand on and what that power consists of. It doesn't matter which we think that person look like. Their spirit speaks for itself. If God said this is my one, and he put you to the readers of the YouTube or whatever, and make your life to be more than what it is, or other people, you got neighbors or people that knew your business. I think about not caring about what other people feel like, about if I'm gonna be embarrassed about something that somebody could say or use about me, or that's just me telling my journey of things that why I see life a certain way, because it was either it's going to make or break you, or make you rise to the occasion. If the force, your spirit needs to be as strong as the force that came against you, no matter what it was, whether it was taking a loss, your loved ones, or whatever it was, or other things that's coming against you. You would have to be your own strength, because you're the only one that can tell yourself what you're stronger than and what can make you weak. I wasn't born to be weak. I didn't. I was always a person that was sure of myself. I talked up for myself when I needed to. Sometimes I talked a little bit too much, where it seemed like came off kind of disrespectful. So I had to learn. If somebody came at me that way, I felt that I was equally right to come off the same way. In my 20s, in my young years, from 18, 19, in my young 20s. But I learned some valuable things before I got to 26, before I moved out. When I moved out, I was different. I've dealt with life and handled situations in a better way. Why? Because I changed myself of my attitude because I wanted to get a response that I want to put out. I want that back. I didn't want to argue with nobody. I don't want to have a hard time with anybody. I don't like arguing because I realized that after all the fights I had and hurting people or people hurting me or just going through that physical thing in life and life is already hard. We got drugs and you got all kinds of things attacking us. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just saw us being hurt and being before I could come to the understanding of what's really happening. And I'm looking at a system that's breaking us down outward and inwardly. And we already hurting, but now we turning on each other. You see, the enemy could just sit back and watch. Our job is done. Now we get these systems that they could come in and they can work, in the government, and they can just be at the bottom. Nobody know they come in the little secret society doors. They go and have these charities, and all these things. And I'm trying to tell you, all these arenas around the world. When they tell us the world is a stage, it really is. Okay, so everybody can find a way to fit in. Everybody can learn to talk about something. I wasn't going to talk about nothing if the Lord didn't make me to say, okay, now you have something. Now speak. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a YouTuber, nobody talking about nothing, unless he's going to use me to increase and open up people's minds, unless I got to teach or say something. So all that getting, please get an understanding. If you was made to stand and you can live this world the same way, you can have your apartment and you can say, look, I don't want to pay no more bills. Why can't your reality be whatever it is that you want to imagine your life to be? And if your vision of your life is not that, and somebody else got their own vision, and it's none of your business what their vision for their life is, and it doesn't have nothing to do with like everybody else, but if somebody sees something in somebody and they're not willing to help that one, then no, the Lord will see fit that these people cannot tag along with that one. No, if you don't raise your conscience, your vibration, your frequency, and coming into a divine woman, into a divine man, that means these people have learned some lessons in life to learn how to treat a woman. They're not looking for just anybody. They had enough of that, whether they rich, poor, or broken. Whatever way they is, they already at a state where their spirit allows them to be able to get whatever it is that this world can offer. You get paid by the things that you are in yourself. Your spiritual gifts and your spiritual riches is within yourself. So if you wanted the things, do you need the world's help? No, I'm trying to tell you. No. Do I have everything? I have everything I need, and God is on his way doing things. I just trust God's mercy. I don't have to worry about how big it is or what it is. I just trust the Lord. I'm still sustaining. I'm still here. I shouldn't be, because it was many things since my birth that was trying to get rid of me, taking things, my energy, taking resources and things away from me. How do this one sustain? Knowing that these things later on in life, you're learning in the later part of your life, these things was there. These curses and forces was trying to block you. How do you sustain? How do you stay with a smile? How do you encourage other people? Well, I wanted to be the difference of whatever it is that come against me. I wanted to see if it was made to break me. And if the answer is no, and I don't give it permission, I said, no, it's not enough. It's nothing that can break me or make me change my mind about who I am. I saw things outside of this world. I know it's another side. I don't need this world to tell me, oh, you lying. I don't believe you. Okay, so how come many other people's having the same experience in life and they being able to tell through their dreams and experience that it is another side in this life, whether you sleep or not? If you can make it in your dreams, then you can make it in this life. It's going to tell you the riddles if you enjoy and you just ride the waves of this life, but do it rightly. If you can do your own job or whatever you want to be, and you didn't have to hurt nobody to be yourself. You didn't have to lie to no one to be yourself. You didn't have to trick and manipulate and have to make people feel bad and just to start an argument with them just so you can better and please yourself. If you got to be jealous and envy of a person, or you want what they got, or you want whatever it is that they have, you more empty in yourself. You don't see nothing about you that's worthy. If somebody use a weapon to try to hurt you, you should think, who is these people, and are they, let me see, are they even worthy for you to take on whatever they're saying about you in consideration, if it's there to belittle you? If you know that you're not those ways, and sometimes constructive criticism is constructive. That means that you need to construct is in a peaceful way. It's not to tear the person down. It should be, you can try a different way. If you did it this way and you had this way of thinking, it was wrong. Why can't you have enough intelligence for the ones that's narcissists don't really think about having a conscience? They don't think about feeling bad. They can say it, but they can't feel it and show that emotion. That emotion, that chakra root is closed off. You need to be open and balanced. You need a balance to be centered. Your chakras in the line of your back. That's why it's important for our spine to be lined up. Okay, it needs to be even. You should be able to sit up straight. You're centered. You don't have to have everything. You need to have everything in you, which is your own belief in what your capabilities are. And whatever you're capable of, this world can't determine and study you. They can look outside of you. They can see how many times I'm walking around, if you got lights and things that's following you and people spying or whatever it is. If somebody watching somebody, some people is watchable because they only live for this world, so they're easy to, they do worldly things. Everybody kind of got the same kind of like my behavior when we go through certain things. Everybody has some certain way of responding to pain, and somebody walking away, your boyfriend or whatever is crushing you or whatever the case is. You would have to determine all of the possible bad outcomes of the things that can possibly be used to hurt you, and you have to come up with one conclusion. Whatever that is, I don't care what this world do. I'm not going to let it affect me because I care about me. And the Lord said I'm sustainable to overcome and suppress and stand over and measure and become better than whatever, anything that's being thrown to me in any measurement. So I'm going to tell you, if anything, this is for me, this is what it is. Anything or anyone or whatever we use or try to say can be used against anyone that says something about this one in a universal way. You'll be any word that said about me or trying to be used to defame or to trick anybody. Now, everybody, chosen ones, this is this is it, and this is what it is. Anything someone says from this worldly point, because the ones that's been passed, we already on our fifth element of this life. We'd already transitioned from man and woman, those that elevated and got their spirit in the line and understand their God conscious self, and we know who we are, and we understand the authority that we have. Anybody that's earthling is still in the 3D trying to figure out, and they're not willing to pay attention a little bit, and they trying to struggle. I'm talking about the ones that is not somebody that's trying. They willing to open up. They want to know that is another side of life, and how do we get there? How can I get to myself? What do I need to unlock in myself? You need to have care, and you need to listen, and you need to be able to trust yourself, to be your authentic self, men and women and children. If you can't be your real self, if you got occupations that you're doing that you're not proud of, that is a goddamn secret, or I'm a secret agent. And if you got to be a secret agent, or amazing, or whatever it is, or I'm a secret musician. Okay, guess what? God got musicians too. Now, those are the ones that live out loud. I like the light. I like to be in the sun. I like daylight. I like truth. Now, you're going to have the opposite that likes everything that's deceiving. They can lie in the light too. They could walk in the sunlight. Some of them, the light's too much. You need sunglasses. Sometimes we shine that bright. They need that too. So whatever you decide to be, whatever it is that you want to be, the meanest one, you got gatekeepers that want to be the angels of death. Pay attention. These people are in your families. They hunting for God's ones to take them down. because it's an agenda. So while we paying attention to everything and looking at everything, you better be looking. I'm not trying to tell people to be scared. I'm saying everybody don't serve the same God. Everybody don't have um, the same relationship and the same strength and the same faith. Everybody don't have the same know. After you get past your belief, then you need to be to the part where you know. Okay, that's like you in this world. You know that you're still alive. You know your name. You know these are your hands. You know these are your eyes. You need to know the Most High like that. You should be past a belief system that your life should example all the things that God did for you that you couldn't have did for yourself. Things you didn't think of. He sent somebody to rescue or to give you some help naturally. Now you got some that don't come from God, but they also know and heard your prayers, so they send the enemies. They come as your cousin. They come with a nice smile. Hey girl, how you doing? All that I hear from you. Or hey, what's up, girl? Whatever. I'm just saying. I don't want to make a long story. I'm just saying you got people that come with different avenues. You need to use discernment. Everybody's not your friend. Everybody don't come with peace, and some people come with a smile and they do it nicely. They give, but they taking more from behind, and they raping you and just treating you unmerciful from behind. So when you got people that do that and people that won't tell you, they can know something, but they'll say, I don't know what's going on. I'm saying that these are my life experience, and my life experience is the same as other people, but how I went through it is not the same. Everybody is not somebody else's equal. It's not how many times you had a job. If you never had a job, if you never finished and got degrees and you got your diploma, I did. I got a diploma, right? Not a diploma, GD. Either way, that's all I needed. I went to other schools and things like that, and I realized I could only do 2 years. 2 years to be in jail with this life, to be locked up in the system, or you went to school and you got to sit down and write some things down, and that's going to tell you how to work for them in this life. And you can get this amount of money if you get this type of knowledge. So it's going to tell you how you are worthy, what your worth is. You got to have some type of proof that you're able to read and you can fit for whatever type of job you're going for. We need a resume. We need a cover letter. We need other people to say what they think about you. Do you see what I'm saying? And then we get to a part where we say we don't care what people think about us, but we get these jobs, and that's exactly what they want us to do. Worry about other people's opinion about us instead of what we was naturally. Can I naturally do the goddamn job? Am I able to do the job? That shouldn't matter what color or language I speak. If you speak English and I speak English to you, and I can do the job, whatever the job description is, and I say, well, I never did it before, but I can learn, and they give you a chance. You should give the person a chance. If the person said, well, I got life experience, I don't really have experience like going to school, I just know how to do it. That person should be able to have that job more than somebody that went to school and got a degree. If this person said, well, how long you had experience working with cars? You never went to school to be a mechanic? No, I did not, ma'am or sir. Whether you're a male or female, because you got people that can teach a woman or a man how to work on cars, and you didn't have to go nowhere. If you worked on a goddamn farm, did you need to go to farm school to get a farm degree? No, goddamn no. Why? Because you have to learn to do it naturally. Somebody learned how to do it by watching and paying attention to earth, and just watching by nature to what needs to be done, and then they figured it out. They got better at it and better at it, and they learned. You cannot go to cow school to learn how to mind a cow or how to milk it. I'm going to farm school. Now, they can make it up now, but it's just, you just have to know naturally. It wasn't no such thing, is what I'm saying. So if you did anything naturally and you got taught from the ground and somebody taught you how to do it, and you've been getting taught since, let's say, if the age of 5 years old, you used to get down and your grandpa or your granddad or somebody, or even your dad or whatever, used to have you underneath the cars and showing you what tools go to what, and you grew up and now you're 20-something years old, and now you've been watching since you was a kid, since you was 5 years old. You were just watching and learning along. No age limit. Once a child is able to walk and talk and to pick up in the age of reason, to gain their strength and to know right from wrong, and they know how to talk and articulate, that child can therefore learn at that age whatever it is that you want to teach them. They will learn and how what tools go to what just by watching, even if they don't have to pick nothing up. Their mind is made that way. Everybody don't compute that way, and some people have learning disabilities and did not know because this world told you, no, you something. Nobody can't stop you. You got powers, and you know how to analyze people and mess with people's minds. I taught you well how to be a great deceiver and a mischief and be a cheater. Be the diabolicus one that they got out here. Cheat on a girlfriend, get her sister, and do everything with her friends. Treat this one like nothing. Now, men that do that and women that do that to men, that do that to themselves, you have to be a broken type of spirit. You have to be, because that means that you don't have no respect for yourself to be that low to do these things, whether it's in bitterness to someone else. Not thinking if it's in bitterness to someone else and to deceive or to hurt people by taking things, or I got your man, I took your man, or whatever it is out here. I'm just saying, or somebody's job, or their family, or taking their kids away, doing certain things to break up families, or to put or to cause harm in any type of way. Especially the sneaky way where you don't know because they don't do it up in your face. You got people that feel some way, but they won't tell you really how they feel. They won't tell you, I'm jealous of you. And not because you did something, just because you being who you are, and you being who you are is telling them who they not. Now you got people in life that never got taught, and it's not to well, listen, I'm gonna just say it. Whether I hurt somebody, offend somebody, if it applies, then I'm talking to you. That's just simple. Now, if you have to, when you're going through this life, and you got some type of covering, hold on. Well, when you got some type of covering in this life, and your covering is your own faith, you should be able to believe your own self without a shadow of a doubt and trust your own inner intuition. That's your God spirit speaking to you. If you don't pay attention to the things that is whispering in your spirit, it's going to speak to you. And if anybody tell you to go against your own God-given self, that told you something that you wasn't thinking about, that you wouldn't have told yourself, that you wouldn't have been able to protect yourself in a way if you ain't listened to your God-given self, your intuition, your gut feeling that told you, move yourself, turn this way, leave this one, don't call this way, whatever it is, and you don't listen. Now, you can listen with your other side, with your mind, and listen to everybody else, but how do you know a genuine person? Their spirit is that. You don't need to worry about, oh, they said something. You never let me talk. You think you know everything. Well, those ones, it's not meant. Those are certain ones, not everybody, but if a person is genuine and they come from the Lord and they know they hurt you, this is for anybody. If we're doing anything to hurt or misplace or say something to anyone's feelings, whether they mean it or not, it's up to them if they asking for something to be authentic with their own feelings. Now, you use discernment. Are you supposed to allow the person to say, and are you able to forgive? You can, whether they mean it or not. I like forgiveness or release, whichever one makes it better and sound better for you. It means either way for me. You releasing, holding on to whatever it is, and thinking, what if this person wasn't telling me the truth? What if they was just saying that? Do I believe them? You going back and forth. No, once you release it, they said it. That's to clear the air. That doesn't mean we need to kumbaya and we got to hang out and we need to catch up. If it's not like that, if it's just to make peace, people be peace with that. That the person made peace and said, look, my life is taking me in a different direction, or whatever it is, make peace either way. You're going to want goodness to travel with you. Close the doors of your past life and the traumas and little things, because if you start a new cycle in your life and you want to be a new version of yourself, you need to get rid of things so you can prepare yourself to be a better person in yourself. Now, if you're looking for something that's If you're looking for something that to equal yourself, or that you want to draw into yourself, be the best version of yourself. Now, I don't know all the outs and ins and how everything's going to go, but I do know if I have something, speak it and tell it. Now, well, if you speak it, how come you didn't get all these views? How come life don't look like this for you? And how come this and how come that? People could how come you to death because they looking for something that's magical to happen. And this is already something magical when people know your story and your ancestors, and you got God's glory on every side, everybody from the universe and all in the heavens, on the earth and over the earth that's working in real form, in real life, at real time. You don't need to know. All you need to know that you covered. And if you bless it and God said yes, then you say yes. And you have to give it permission. You have to give the spirits permission to work on your behalf. People that don't understand that, the ones that have natural talent, naturally inclined with the oneness of the one that gave us life, the one that bears all fruits and gave us all goodness in different varieties of different creations in life. And we all walk on the ground with them. We on different planes, some is in the water. You know, if you go to the beach and you got them, and some of them come out of the water and walk on land with us, right? We got sea turtles and things like that that walks on dry land. So what I'm saying is, can we appreciate life in so many different versions of levels and see why all of us is made differently? But we only two species that we can choose from. You can try to play both sides. You're going to hate one and love the other. Right? I chose the Most High. I don't care nothing about Satan. People, the minions that he uses in such a way, not saying, wait, let me rephrase. I'm going to say the same message, but I need to say it in a different way so you can understand why I say a certain term, because sometimes it comes out harsh. I still not concerned about people thinking. I'm concerned about getting the message across where it doesn't come off, where it's going to be misconstrued or feel offensive. Those spirits that walks around and houses the body and do certain things and whatever, and they seem kind and genuine, if you're not paying attention to the patterns of that spirit, each spirit, if you look through life and you go back over your life, you'll see how many people had that same type of behavior pattern. If it was gentle, if it was more kind and peaceful, or if you had more kind of toxic, more flare-ups in your family settings, or even in your family outings, more than peaceful. Okay, now some people praise and celebrate after they did something evil, and I know because the world did that. This is what they did, and they made us enjoy it and see it as something to entertain and something you should want to do yourself. The red carpet, they roll out the red carpet. It could have been any color. Why red? Why couldn't it be black? Why couldn't it be white? Why couldn't it be the pink color? Because pink is love. Why couldn't it just be yellow? Yellow is happy, right? Oh, and you think they're concerned about the dirt? It's easy to get dirty. No, they clean it all the time. They had nothing to do with that. Blood is the power of life. If someone could get to your blood, the same way if they can get to your heart, they figure it's power there. If I can break that, if I can find a weakness, if I can find something. When you listen, some people, I'm going to tell you how to make yourself strong. You will have to be stronger than this world going to use, and whatever kind of people it use. Be okay with your decisions. If you was a prostitute or somebody hanging on a pole or whatever you was, if you changed your life and you became better than that, you became to learn that you can use yourself as self-love. You don't have to settle for the things that you was doing. You find another way to make your money work for you. If you knew how to do something, even if you had less, but you kept your integrity, you love the way you feel about yourself, you like the way that you carried you. If you're not your best friend and you're not the one that you can look back on and say, yeah, I'm proud of the choices I made. That if somebody did talk about me, and even my past and some things about me, would I feel offended? about, or will I feel ashamed? You're the only one that can say what you feel ashamed of by your own decisions. If your own decisions allow you to do some things that you're going to be ashamed of, if people knew about it, that you didn't want them to know certain things, then you shouldn't do it. And you definitely shouldn't do dirt on somebody else's name, and especially if somebody's innocent. Innocent people are picking on somebody and saying or making somebody something they're not. Saying something that somebody was to you or how you felt them to be to you. And you say, these are the attributes, these are the things that I saw when I think about that if I did extend myself to you way more than you did for me. You wasn't there. So when we have these people or times in our life and you want to express it that way, if you get confused about this goddamn life and everything else, you're missing why you should pay attention to your family life. Your family life, your friends, your social life, the things that you care about, the things that people's into. Oh, I'm doing gardening, I'm doing this. Well, you can do all those things if it's enlightening and helping people to eat more healthy. That's inspiring. It's uplifting. We should encourage that. Well, what more encouraging is to ask God, the Most High, to give you the blessing to speak and do it His way. Like Dr. Sebi, we have a lot of examples of doing life a certain way that you didn't need the government or somebody strange to tell you how to think for yourself. You don't have to use them to do something. If you want to do, I'm not saying that you don't go, I'm just saying pick and choose what you want to stand for and what you should pray into. I wouldn't pay this government a goddamn dime because they don't respect us. They bring people from here, from somewhere else. They bring everybody come from around the world, from Africa, all over the place, and they come over here to shop over here and to send things back home and supersize for us, while we the ones at the bottom that's actually working, waking our kids up, preparing life and going through funerals and people dying and things like that, and trying to maintain life and put food on the table, try to put on different hats and trying to sustain and keep our sane mind while we dealing with different things that's driving us crazy is insane. And we still managing how to do that. Now, while you doing all these things, do you think you should still be paying for somebody, for a country system? I don't care if it's telling you to vote, don't vote, who to vote for, and well, you can live this way. We can live the way we want. Your rules is your goddamn rules. If we don't like those rules and we don't feel that it's going to benefit us in a society, why don't we think that we could change it and say, no, as a people, we use our platforms to say, in the first of the month, we found a month that we want to start. Everybody find something, and at the first, the beginning of the month, stop paying goddamn rent, stop paying some of these bills, and see if you got to start somewhere. Action don't happen unless somebody starts something in motion. That is when history starts. If you're doing it any other way, then it's not going to be very smart or bright. Okay, what I'm saying is, if you go working with a system, for us that is out of the matrix, we have to have a different mindset to teach the ones that don't have a different mindset that it is a different way to live. It is a different way to experience life. It is a different way to hold on. It is a power that do exist. It is a power that govern us, and it is a power that told people to sit the hell down, because now I'm taking over this. If you came after my one, now everybody that got in my business and confused and tried to ruin what I'm working on. So whoever is my people, when anybody that God got a calling on, and anybody, whether you're in the nursing field, if you and wherever you at in life, and you know that you're one of those beings that God sent to be a helper and a lightener in this life, and you doing your will, and somebody comes and confuse you, they know what the hell you are before you even know. And either way, they see you with a good spirit. Your spirit is glowing, and that deceiver wants to come and distract. Tell that thing to get back. You may not know verbally what to say, or even if your third eye is not popping. Now, you need that. You need to have your intuition. You need to be able to see some things. You need to be able to do some things beyond these people that think they got everything figured out. If you could see past their own mission, you only could go but so far. When you got two, you should pay attention. That's superpower. That's double the power. That's double the juice. If you mess up with God and you take your juice and He set it loose, do you think that He don't release His powers in us down here to do His will? who's going to come up against that juice? It's not enough power. You understand what I'm saying? That's a juice that when somebody says, I got juice, you know who I know? You know who I know? Who you got? The Almighty. Now, who's going to challenge that? That's the big joker. Everybody got to sit down. You see? Even the jackass know, I ain't got no wins. The queen, everybody got to sit down and bow down. When the Lord is working, he's going to show you what it looks like, whether with the wind, with the storms. Pay attention. These are places and wickedness that is lurking and is high in those places. So God he used his nature. Is nature with a force? Yes. Now, think about that force that if it's in you, and he said, speak over your life. Speak blessings over yourself. Whatever we speak, whether it's in hatred and we believe strongly with all our might, and you wishing all kind of bad things to anybody or feeling some way, even if you feel some way about yourself and you hate your own life, whatever you say, believe it, because those words is going to hinder and attach you because they're your energy and the force of your energy. When we putting that out, especially when you're attacking someone, people, please understand, these are spiritual people that do not just spiritual people. Spiritual to me is the way how you believe and carry yourself. It is the things that you believe, that you know how to safeguard yourself. It's the way of your essence. It's naturally of how you naturally learn how to protect yourself with your prayer, your sage, whatever it is that is going to cleanse you and keep you out of harm's way. You should do that. You know, if you're doing things to protect yourself in an innocent way, you ain't got to go and ask for some bones and get call on people or get spies and spy on people and go on their phone and look at what everything they doing. You have got enough empty time in your empty life, and it's going nowhere. Studying somebody that you can't figure out is a waste of time. Trying to emulate somebody is a waste of time, because that means that you wasted your life, which you wasted your own time. Why is it important to mind your business? Because if your mind is on yourself, your mind should be, and you should be your own business. Why? Because if you want to use yourself to make money, shouldn't you be your own business and mind your own self so you can protect your own business? If you don't mind your own life, so you can correct some things, so you can journey well in life, so it can take you in places. If you're more gentle and more kind and friendly in life, why can't you be that? And why shouldn't the universe and why shouldn't people come draw to you? You are drawing good energy about you. You're making people come to you without you having to ask. You just being naturally who you are. People that don't like somebody being naturally who they are, that's too bad, because you can't be naturally in who you are. You have to find something that you're proud of in yourself, so you can see why somebody didn't get, why somebody life turned out like this, and how come I got left behind. What actions did you take to put in to change your own life? What did you find valuable about yourself that you should stop living a beast-ass life? Who is these people? Once you elevate, it doesn't matter if you love them and you could have cared about them, but once you elevate in your spirit and it tells you to be your best self, and you feel that whatever don't serve you, now you're waking up, now you're doing what God told you, coming more out of this matriarchic system of status quo that tell you how you should deal with relationships, how you, this, it's okay to be arguing, everybody argue, everybody has fights and things like that. Everybody don't have goddamn toxic fights. Everything that this world told us in our families that is normal, it's not goddamn normal. To have incest, it's not normal for siblings or people to sleep with the same person or sleep around with your friend. These things is not normal. These people to get mad, yes, for some, would it be hurtful if you didn't learn to sit down and give little bits of antidote, of a little bit of adjustment as each blow come, to take it in and to say, okay, analyze the people and the things that's causing it. Is it enough to break your spirit? Is it enough to make you quit? Is it enough to make you forget what the hell that God said? I got my spirit in you. Are you forgetting who I am? Because I'm not a God that quits. You see how that go? You have to remember that you are not made to quit. The situation is going to happen. Don't lose sight. I saw one thing, and that one thing was me and God. I said, I don't know When I said, I guess I keep going. If I just keep going and doing whatever you need me to do, and I don't stop and don't and I'm not complaining because I didn't see anything to complain about. I seen that life is going to do some things. It's going to present itself. People, I'm saying, don't get scared. It's going to tell you what you need to do when it comes to you. Now, if you're not prepared and you didn't learn or get some wonderful gems out of life, you should have had some weapons, some knowledge. You should have gained some tools. You should have been able to gain some umbrella, whatever it is that you needed to use in your life. If you did not learn any valuable lessons that could have made you a better person, I'm not talking about a confused person that learned to be wickedly smart. And it would be so goddamn smart that you outsmart yourself because you forgot that it was a power that said, I'm sufficient. I am the only. I am, the beginning and no end. I am everything that I put in you and everything I gave into this world. Do you think the Lord can't make it or fix it to make it to be whole or broken? If he has to break something that is not made for him, if he said their time is up, why don't we believe their time is up? They had their time. Why don't you join? What I'm saying is, if you know that you endured in this life and you a long time and you kept your faith, do you think that God is going to not bless you to because you kept your faith? Don't do anything to go fast. Don't take the shortcut. Hold on to your belief that God is going to do it. You have to know that he's going to use us as a miracle, because people that don't believe, you have to be the thing that is different, because people don't believe there's another power, another source that can do some miraculous things. How do you know your faith and your spirit? I didn't know that they was recording my life and they got my ancestors to speak for me to say this one that God loved and sent to the world to say how he loves us endlessly. I'm just sharing how God said to speak. Show them how I care for them so they can know the way how I love them and that we never alone. Who want to hurt that person? Why would you want to hurt a person like that? What kind of spirit would you have to have? I don't need to talk about people like that. Their spirit speaks for itself. It tells them who they serve. It tells them that they played in dark things, and you can hurt someone that just made to show love. Yes, and my force, is going to talk straight and talk like, yeah, no, I don't have pity on people that want to make excuses. Well, I was born, well, when I came up, these things happened to me. It doesn't matter. If you're 60 and you pass your 30s and you even got, I don't care what age you are, if you got common sense to say, I didn't have a dad in my life, now I got a child. Should I be the difference of what I didn't have, or should I repeat the same thing? Those people had a choice. They chose the wrong thing. I chose not to love myself. I'm going to go around the other way. I'm going to let the mom do it. I don't care if she take me to court. I'm going to just give her the run around. I ain't going to really do nothing. So that woman moves on. Then the other one gets mad that the woman moves on. Hey, you moved on my kid. Oh, well, I didn't know how to take care of the kid. Okay, now that man is stupid. Should you waste your time? I'm not going to say for everybody, but for me, I'm not going to make a man pay for his kid that don't want to care about himself, because I'm not going to tell my child that you got to get paid by, this is how somebody care about you, is by money. That just was my logic. Like, I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to take you to court to make you care about somebody that you, another life that you made that you could have made better than yourself. I don't have time to do that. I just relied on God. I said, God won't take me the rest of the way. I'll do it by myself. Certain things I didn't want to use as a measure. I had my own way to use discipline or to live by certain measures. No amount of money is worth more than putting in that time that I was going to choose to say to, well, as long as he paid child support and he helped me, I'd rather for you don't help me at all. That way, when I do it, you didn't put no effort in, and you don't get credit. If you did a little and you put a little effort and you did a little something, that's what you're going to get out. It's not going to be a big impact. So how we use our life and do and go according to our life, that is how we get graded, and that's how you get your blessings in life. It's not what you do for the world or how many times you went to and served food and I was on a choir. That's not how I was earning God's favor. It's by looking and keeping your spirit intact and not letting this break you, because this world, the things that happen, it can crush us. When you go through your own valley of the shadow of death and you say, I didn't know how I was going to get through it, but you made it, and you're able to stand and you're able to be sitting, and I'm looking at you and I'm saying, I'm one of the survivors. I'm one of the ones that wanted to live a different way. I didn't know. I just thought about how I treat people. That's how I want everything that I give out. I want everything to come back to me. If I put goodness, I had enough love in me for the world. So if I had that and I know it, why wouldn't I want everything good to come back to me? You can't expect it if you don't put it out. That means that you're not going up and down trying to figure yourself out. Sometimes you cool, sometimes you ain't. You told. It's not about talking. If I'm going to say something, I'm talking about a behavior. If your behavior is a certain way and I'm saying it, then I'm not talking about your shortcomings. Your shortcomings, everybody got them, even me. But my spirit is not wrong. Somebody will have to, people will have to understand if your spirit is not harmful and you have not crossed any boundaries or did anything that stop or hinder someone's life or wished anything to take anything or to make something, and it just was in a negative way. And it just wasn't right. The person didn't warrant it and had no justification for it. If God said to be justified and He'll make you to be justified, what do you need to do? Nothing but not quit. You just sin, and it's nothing else that you need to do but to hold on to God. After you master a certain thing in this life, you don't do anything but hold on to the Spirit, because after you climbed a certain ladder and you say, okay, you passed, everybody that didn't got to stay where you at. You just still got to keep climbing. You didn't get there yet. That's not somebody looking down on you. That's saying that everybody, the faster you open your mind and you open and understand why you got to make corrections in your life, why you should hold yourself accountable and be more understandable. If I was a good friend, or if I wasn't, or if I was a good mother, and what did I do? Let me understand if my kid is telling me if I should have put in more time, that I listen to their feelings. If you one of those, and a lot of parents, if you fit in that description, I'm using that as an example, and you deflect or you say, well, I wasn't that way, you cannot tell your kid that you was not a certain way and hurt their feelings, or you did things to show them a certain way and they realized the way you were showing them was wrong. Okay, so to deflect is to understand and listen. If you harm someone, or they said this hurt me when you did these actions, if you do get someone to be able to be verbal, to say, well, when you did this and you said this words, or when this person when dad left the house and went to the store that night, you yelled at me, and you asking me where I came from, or whatever the situation is. I'm saying, when you're not talking it through and you're just getting angry at the situation, instead of saying, wait a minute, let me say what happened. So when you don't know what happened, you build in emotions and you want to deal with it in an emotional way where it can get verbal and then physical. It can, or it can escalate either other way. The point is, it is a problem. It's a different way when you learn how to use understand it. And then some people don't have that. So no matter how cool you try to use, you can't reason with them either way. Those ones, leave them alone. They was never meant to go the same way. They don't like God. If you got to sit and think about and twiddle your thumbs and you got all those things that I said at the beginning, then you're not ready for this world, and God can't protect you. It's two people on this world, and then the rest of them is getting eradicated. Now, if this was to be the population of the world, what side would you want to be on? Now, the ones that kicked everybody out, that stepped on them in life and all their families, and talked about somebody that was going to make it, this one didn't finish school, this one didn't never accomplish nothing, this one was never and count you out, and those are the ones that the Lord loves. So why those ones? That's why He said they simple, because they don't understand. The ones that you think is nothing is the ones you should want to be cool with. Those are the ones you should want to respect. If you see that person with a drive and you see that it didn't quit, those are the ones you should pay attention to. Those are the ones that's going to show you some different type of things that open your mental and make you think real quick. Those will be the wrong ones that you should turn your back on. Those are the ones that will tell you, don't give up, don't quit. You don't want to listen? You say, well, you don't sound like what God would say. No, God said to use my attribute, but be yourself. We can use our own self and we can be, some of us curse, or we're not supposed to curse. If that's not in your spirit and that's not you, then you shouldn't do it. But if you do, are you cursing someone else, or are you using that as a way to express yourself? If that's a way to express yourself, then it's not wrong. You can still be yourself. God still know your heart. You're not troubled either way. Because somebody else is confused about what God has said. Well, how can you speak? Because He told me I can, and He made me a certain way. So that's not gloating. That's telling you, as a matter of fact, why He was let certain things, because of the understanding. let me just say it in this way. It took some time to get an understanding, so it's not an easy thing. What I'm saying is you have to challenge yourself to be able to determine what you're able to handle. And when we don't know what we're able to handle, the Lord said, cast your cares on me. My yoke is light. That means that when he defend and whatever he do, nobody can stop that great might. You make it slow it down. But when you're thinking about slowing something, Lord is rerouting. He's rewriting something. Yes, can he change some things around? Can he give us a clean slate and give us a new beginning and write you off with a new line and make you have a new life that you never had because it's your brand new beginning, because you changed your mind. You did something new. You let go of things and people that wasn't serving and wasn't no more good to you because the Lord said, let go. Did you know to let go? Did you know when he said, stop calling, I'm going to make some people just leave. Everybody can't go. It is hard for some people. It's not, I know it don't bother me either way. Because once the Lord, this is how, if the Lord say no, I don't need to pray and say, Lord, can I have, I love my children, but if they're not able to raise their frequency in a way where the Lord is taking you to a different frequency, that means that you have to vibrate on a caliber with your own self of love. Now, somebody it's not enough witchcraft that can tear somebody up because they love themselves. Now, what measurement and what you're going to use to go against somebody that's saying, I love myself? I'm very careful with what I'm saying. If you love yourself and you're teaching people how to self-love, you don't do certain things. You have to stop doing those things because you're missing out on why the Lord loved you anyway and what it gave you, everything that could have sustained you if you had a different spirit. If your spirit wasn't clean and wasn't kind and wasn't genuine, you didn't share back, you didn't show the same type of love to the person that was showing it to you, how is it that people think that you should have a beautiful life from somebody that you didn't? First of all, it's not your life and you didn't earn it and you don't deserve it. You did not put in. Everybody's going to get held accountable to whatever it is that we put in. Whatever you put in, goodness and mercy that you put in for another soul, the more good Samaritan you was, the more you made sure that whatever you had, everybody had. Not because this world gave whatever it is and whatever measure that you got it. Did you remember what was important? Did you remember why you got started? Do you remember where you came from? Can you remember if you came from the dirt and the ashes? Did you remember why you came from there and what it made you to be? If your life don't tell you why you should have been a better person and why you should be proud of yourself, I can kiss myself. I love everything about myself, even all my things that, even some things that I don't know. I just like everything about my flaws and all. I'm going to say it like that. Nobody should be able to take your power from you or the joy from you because you remember the things you went through and you still held your head up. You still kept your integrity. You didn't let this world tell you what you couldn't be. You didn't cry and chase after somebody after you lost yourself and you realized, I don't need to chase after nobody. I had a wonderful teacher. I had some wonderful people that come in my life to teach me wonderful life lessons. They told me to pay attention to myself. Don't give to people that don't deserve more than what they should give. If they didn't put out that saying, then don't give them. Give according to whatever it is. That way, we don't have to feel used or taken advantage of. Your force of the whatever they put in, and if it's genuine, if they give more, then you give more. It's supposed to be a balance. That's all I'm saying. I'm just a balanced person. I think about fairness. I think about if I'm fair to you, you got to be fair to me. Or if I respect you, you gotta respect me. It's not a negotiation of, well, I don't really think I'm treat you the exact the same way, or I don't really. Then you can't be in my life. That's just it. Because that's people need to get to that part. I'm saying that because that's how it is. And if you feel the same way, that's how that principle should go. If a person cannot be able to give you the same magnitude or care about you in the same magnitude of concern. And if it start off a certain way and then you start to see things happen as your life start changing, things start being put in place, you start seeing things for what it is, not for what you thought it was and what you thought these people could be. You start seeing it from who it is, and then you realize who you was This is why you was going through it. If I'm everything that God told me I am, I was sitting around a bunch of people that knew their spiritual self, that also knew dark things as well as light things, but there was mostly witches. Now I didn't know my family devil and dark magic, and it goes in the roots. Everybody family got them. No matter who you are, everybody can know how to go into the store and get some magic, get some candles or whatever it is that you do. But the purpose that you're doing it for, it should not be anything to hurt anybody. I don't know about what other people do, because some people deserve some things. I'm not going to talk against that. What I am going to say is, it's a spiritual crime to wish any type of dark magic on somebody that is not. If it's not, you have to ask the gods, is that approved? You just don't do nothing in the spiritual realm, and you're not spiritually inclined, knowing which the do's and the don'ts, what you should and cannot do, who you can touch and cannot touch, who you need. Some people you need to read up on so you understand their spiritual protection. Because if you don't understand that spiritual protection, I don't care what you say down here to that person, you're not the same. That ranking, that spirit high ranking is a spirit. If that spirit is high ranking down here in the spiritual realm, that person, that man, that woman, that child has the power and authority that God gave. Nothing and no one can say anything different about it. You can say whatever you want, you're going to be proven wrong, because that spirit speaks for itself. If their true nature is what they're saying, then the words, people would know authentically. If I'm saying something, who's going to duplicate it? They can, but you can't duplicate my essence. Hold on. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to say. Not personally just to me, but yes, because I said the things that I went through, this is how I learned. Nothing overrides unless you give it authority. If the boogeyman come, life is don't these words and these whatever it is that somebody is saying of you, or saying that you have to follow, whether it's government, family, or whatever statistic rules. Everybody got the same belief. We believe like this. Most people believe in the old doctrine, the Old Testament, that go to church. Even if they say they could read the New Testament, but they're going about it the old way. Why? You have the most problems. You confused. We still wondering why we got so many issues, why we have certain family sicknesses and things like that. Well, I'm gonna tell you, some chosen ones have a gift of giving cancer as a defense mechanism of their defense. So if people coming against them and they know their own powers, they know what they can do. Okay, so everybody don't everybody. I'm just saying everybody ain't messable. Okay, everybody's not fuckable where you could just start messing around with people and start thinking that, well, because they look a certain way, maybe because they talk a certain way, they need to be shut down. Something needs to stop them where they can feel small, where they humble themselves. Why would you want to humble anyone that works for the Lord? And he said, all my strong servants is strong and bold. You see, David, all the ones that he picked that was modeled after him, they was not weak in spirit. Now, they was a little doubtful, like he got Moses. Moses was a little shy, and I can't read or I can't speak. I stutter in my speech, Lord. This is why we should not question the Lord, because if the Lord shine and put us in a position in life to be able to be a CEO or whatever, you got your own business or whatever, you should be confident enough to know, okay, I don't have to get everything right, but I'm learning. I'm confident enough that I know what I need if I'm doing plants or whatever it is that you're doing. Whatever it is that you're thinking about yourself, even if life is throwing you and you don't have a way to get out, and you say, well, my money is low, I'm not working, and you say, these are some things that happen to me. So when people use certain tactics and people, if you went through life and a lot of things that people try to do all over again, and you already passed all of these lessons, you went through them, and people don't know that you went through them, so they don't even know what you made of, that you can already see past them. You already did this already. You already know what it sounds. You just know it's not a big deal to you. So you know what you do? You trust yourself, like you always did. Say, what did I do? I used God, and I talked to that one. I prayed, and I read the scripture where it says, "Fret not." Don't be scared or weary for the things that come. I got you. These are not, I don't have to quote scripture, I'm quoting life. These are the things that, if you can remember what I'm saying, you went through something in life. Somebody came and got you. Something bad came and happened. Some situation that was crazy, but something good happened. If you don't see the good out of every tragedy or situation, how would you know how to give God a celebration? How would you know to celebrate yourself, because God is going to do something to celebrate you? If you accomplished something and you thought it was hard, or you said, this is something I want to challenge, did you not use yourself to challenge you? Then why did you lose sight? If you wanted to go to school, you said, oh, I want to get a degree or whatever you wanted to get, and you got it. Who did that for you? Who did you have to use? What I'm saying is that we get confused that we say, I can't compare myself to God. Then you cannot be one of his. That's like saying you're not your child. You're not the parent. You don't belong to your parent. I'm not going to claim them because I don't belong to them. I'm not going to see them. Whatever it is, logically, and if you fraternally, if those are your biological internal parents, those are your parents, whether you want to call them that or not, whether they fit the bill or not. The point is, why wouldn't you say where you came from? It's what I'm saying with the Most High. If we all his, why would we say, well, I don't know like him? That's because you don't know yourself. You don't have to know everything. You need to know everything that you do know. And everything that you do know should be enough to guide you to make better decisions in your life, so you can learn how to govern yourself. You should know how to control yourself. And these are the things that we need to learn: self-control, discipline. We need to have boundaries. You need to have morals. You need to have integrity. If you have these, and if you have love, then you will keep all of these things that I just said. Because love will give you everything to keep you in line. It's not going to make you mess up. And people can use a whole lot of things. When your spirit is made of love, you came in this world with that. That's in the beginning. Where was love at? If this person was born with that, then you was in the beginning with God. Because what is God? Okay, the Most High is goddamn love. And whoever example that spirit, that is what that is. That is a God spirit in a physical form. That is what it is. It's not nothing else. Okay, so if somebody think it's anything else, if God is love and it's all loving, and a person that didn't commit anything, no sins, not saying they didn't do anything, but they corrected their wrongs. If I offended anyone, I apologize if I did. I'm saying the corrections is saying the things that is needed to be able to elevate ourselves in this life. These are the things that we must do. It's not about our feelings and how we feel about it. You got parades that tell us things that goes against God. Somebody, and a lot of us don't, nobody speaking up on it. It is wrong. It don't matter how you feel about your sexuality. If you heterosexual, but you sleeping with, you just doing all kinds of things, and you got children and you passing them off, or you coming in a way. Now, for people that say church or they believe in God, and you live in God in an unrighteous way, but on the surface you talk like you're that, but your spirit is not. It allows you to hurt people, and you hurt a lot of people along your way. And when that life happens to stop letting you get by to anyone, what happens? You're going to cry, because it's going to come back. So whatever energy you put out, and we write in things, or you put things in spell jars, and stop people that knows those things, right? I don't. I have knowledge. I don't have wisdom, and I have wisdom and understanding, but I don't have experience in none of those things. I have experience in life, so I experience it in other ways. So what I'm telling you is, I don't have to do light and dark. I'm already understanding that I'm that. So that's why I said, what you get is what you get. If you come correct in your spirit, and your spirit is truthful, I would know, come that way, come peaceful, come honest. Otherwise, I'm going to know, so I can just see you. How do you know those that you listen? If you know that it's just that. This is why everybody got their gifts. Some people see it, some people's watchers, some people want to be the deaf gatekeeper, but they forget the Most High have someone or make many or make us to have the same, to have both. Now, once that one, or maybe not for everybody, but if God could do it for one, you say, but God don't use, a lot of people think that God can't use one person for something. It's beyond me why they could think that, because there's many one leaders that stuck out amongst everybody and that still get talked about. And the same one in the Bible got talked about, which was Jesus, all throughout eternity, and still get talked about. So, and he used one person. He used David. He used one. He was just one of him out of all his brothers and siblings. Why do you think God picked? Was it the tallest? I'm the shortest out of my family. What do you think you need to have in this world? Do you need to be the tallest, the strongest? You need to be all those things inwardly. You need to be your strongest when life come up to you. When you could play the video games and you play those well, and you play, well, I beat this chapter. Can you play life the same way? Do you know how to make decisions? Do you know when to turn? Do you know when to sit down? Do you know when to think, to sit back? Do you know when to listen to your inside, to your spiritual self? Do you know when to listen to your spirit when it talks to you? You would have to stop being distracted. You would have to find something that's better, that's greater than you, that you need to sit down and analyze. Let me see what my life is saying to me. Let me see the things that I must do. Oh, I'm supposed to take care of my grandmother. After this happened, this opened up for me. And some of us is able to share each other dreams unknowingly. Thank God for Spooky Hours and Rec TV. Spooky Hours. He does a lot of stuff. And Mina, I love Mina. She woke a lot of people up. And I still, because it's me talking is my channel, I can say a lot of people to that inspired some people around those time. Citizen Man. There was so many very, very open-minded people at the time and sharing so many things about politics and political. So many of the stars is not who they are. A lot of them is dead. That's walking around. They clones. It's a whole lot of stuff that they got to twist our eyeballs. And people that use forbidden magic. Let me talk about that real quick. Forbidden things is forbidden to talk about. And now I'm just talking about verbal. To talk about someone that didn't do nothing, or they just different. So people talk about that one. They act like this and they think they all this. To want to shut somebody down because they just confident is more than just confident with me. It's a sense of knowing that I was strong enough to get through the things that I went through. And I wasn't just thinking, well, I got to be strong. I just want to do it all by myself. I had to. If life puts you where you want to taking care of a lot of things on your back and that one, and you doing it, and you got other people that can do the same thing, but everybody's not cut out for it. So when you see yourself like I did, I knew immediately. I said, well, I'm the best. If I'm the only one to do it, then I'm the best one. To be a caregiver, a caretaker, or to make decisions, or to be the one that people come to, whether it's to get advice to, or whether they study you. I didn't know all of that. But either way, people admire what I said, or if you're giving any type of advice, like I did, and people that take credit and don't give credit back, we have to learn to do that. These things is crucial to understand that every gift comes from the Lord. That's how we give the Lord credit, by admiring and saying, I like that about you. But remember, we should say, I like that. Thank God that he gave that gift to you and you learn how to use it. Now, if you have something, a style or a sense of way, then if that's your way and other people don't like it and they got something to say about it, should you care? Should you change? If that's the thing that makes you who you are and it brings good things to you and you just naturally being yourself, why would you care about what somebody else think of you or what they got of you if you know that that's the better part of you? If you were making yourself to be a better vessel, not just in one area, but Usually when you're doing a good thing and good things is coming to you, it's not because you're doing something wrong and you being shiesty in life. It's just not going to happen that way. I promise you, it's just not. It's not going to add up that way. You have to be in line in order for life to happen a certain way for you. You need to think a certain way. You need to have positive thinking. Some people say have some water or whatever. I mean, I have a lot of those things that some people have, but I know if I don't have none of those things, what should you have? That if you don't have nothing that you could buy or something that you can, crystals, or if you don't have any of those things, what should you have? You in the wilderness, you in your own skin, you home, you don't have nothing. Should you not have your own faith and say, God always brought me home. He always kept me from harm. He gave me things I couldn't give to myself. He prepared me in a place where I couldn't give or place myself. I saw the Lord do things that I couldn't do. So I already knew to live by faith. So I didn't think to trust this world, that it gave me something, that God put me in a position to get things. And so did he put people in my life. When he put people in our lives, is to help us. Either they're going to help or take away, or somebody to learn from. Either way, it was a blessing and a lesson. And if you understand that you're passing through some things, we all supposed to live and die at the same time. You die of your old self to be renewed in your spirit. Those that didn't get to that part, and you didn't get to the part where you could be renewed in your spirit, that means that you are not of this world. You remember where you came from. You remember God and you is one, and you're otherworldly. That means that you remember that you are not from this world. None of us are anyway. Now, most of us don't remember that, so we won't fight to get back to our God self, because we so busy worrying about the world where we can see, touch, see, and feel, that we forget that we can be our own higher God self. Be the seed that you want to see grow. Be the difference in the world that you want to see. Walk that way. Be whatever it is that you believe that you should be, but be it to the people that deserve to see that good side, and the side that I'm very particular. I like being to myself. Yes, I'm being very protective, because many people that you could be around in life, and at certain times it's not to discredit people, but you got to understand when it's something that you need to do and you need to safeguard yourself. It's no disrespect to people. It doesn't matter if they feel disrespected or not. It's not a disrespectful thing when a person is being prescribed by the master itself, master Steve, that says you need to sit and stay to yourself until I tell you otherwise. And if people don't learn how to understand that, nobody should be crossing God's path or saying somebody should not do something, or that's just the way you think it. You don't know that person's relationship with that one. It will never misguide that one. The ones that's under him, we are understanding that we need to listen to that voice and to that spirit and to our spiritual guides and our angel guides that's guide us on our way. Now you got God that knows all things, but remember, the angels work for that one. So they underneath submission too. They can go to the Lord and ask for intercedence over any of us down here if they see that we deserving of help. This one needs help. A lot of people had God help, but no one has been to a place where nobody has been to the point where you're supposed to be unalive and shouldn't be talking at this point. At no point in no time should this one be sitting here as a queen talking about the things I went through and how I got through it. What did it take? Why is people puzzled? What do you need to have? You need to have an understanding that life is a puzzle. It's going to send people that's informants. These are people that's programmed that they don't even know that they're part of a system that's organized in their life to shape them and place them in your life as a plant. Now, while you being tested, the lessons being either going to be a lesson or a test to you. If you're the one that's walking around, it's not the same as it is for the other person that they're born to be the test, as well as teach a lesson. So that teacher is the person. Then you say, well, how come it wasn't like that? I was. I went around being myself. And sometimes I had to, you know how hard it is to be yourself when you got to not be your all intelligent self, because if you speak what you know and you speak too high or speak, you don't know what's too high or too low. And so somebody be like, yeah, you lost me. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. You talking about being vibrated with the planets and how that affects our moods and how Mercury is our give us our throat shot. Yo man, I don't know. Venus is our love heart planet. That's where we get our compassion from. You speaking, yo man. That's too much for me. I gotta go to bed. I don't even know what you're talking about. Yo, you lost me. Now, those ones, it's not ready. It's not there to judge them and say everybody been asleep to this world that told us that it's only one way to live, and this one way is if you ask for something and you pray and you get a job, and you say, "Well, thank you, Lord. I've been praying. I've been praying." Now, who you praying to? If your spirit don't line up all the way, then it can't be the same God that's blessing you. That same God will look out. It's the same one to look out for us. But when you're making the choice and you praying, and your spirit has the spirit of the world, what God is granting you is what I'm trying to say. Because it's not going to, the people that line up with the Most High, you're going to get granted freely. And you went somewhere, you did something, you've been through something, some fire in your life. It transformed you. It could have disfigured you. You could have gave up on you. You could have thought that I need to suicide. This is too much for me. I'm by myself. It's too much pressure for me. Nothing is working out. The doors is closing on me. I don't have no way out. I don't have an outlet. But then, if you remember how many times you've been this, if this is not your first rodeo, then surely you would have to look back on your life and say, I can't be worried. God did this for me many times. Everybody had that without going to Satan. If you went there and he blessed you with anything, your hands is dirty. You have blood on your hands. It's not, it doesn't matter if I didn't shoot nobody, but if you could go behind the scenes and poison and create connection to people in the hospitals and people in high places, the Vatican that got all the truth of our real essence and things like that, and the things they worship, the dark things they have down there, and how they worship the Messiah, which is Yahshua, the real Jesus that walked around. What was Jesus? He was a conscious man that was a seer and that was able to believe and a knowing that he knew his spiritual gifts came from the Most High. He knew by faith that if he said it and believed it, he knew without a doubt that it would happen. What was he teaching? To love. He was walking around. He didn't say he wasn't in nobody's church. He didn't go into some avenue where everybody had to pay nothing in the basket. We were supposed to pay the Lord our heart and soul and pay the Lord all our mind. And we were supposed to rely on that. If you would need a job, Lord, bless me with the job that you see fit for me. Lord, whatever you have for me, let it be your will. Guide my footsteps. Guide me to people that's good like me. Give me goodness and gladness. Let me rejoice with the people that will praise and dance with me. If your talks and your walks is not like that, don't ask the Lord to give you and grant you the same favor that you misused when you had a chance to change. If that was your only way and you had a difference, He give us things so we can see a difference in life. Let me see what this person is saying and why are these people talking like that? They can see spaceships and things like that. Do you think it's goddamn ghosts driving those ships? It's human beings that we are related to that give us our intuition. Those are our family. It's not we all got different tribes and family line, but none of us is from here, and all of us is being used as some type of living experiment. And the devils is over here because they only live for the world. They can only go to the third floor, and then they can explore many different avenues. They learn how to go out in space. They learn how to do scientific things. They learn how to make a hospital and put medicines and do things like that. But they did not learn how to use self-love, and they didn't know how to heal with just that. If I'm healing your heart, and if I can heal your spirit, then you can renew your own self and don't take no medicine. You don't have to take a lot of things. You can use knowledge of other people that say your orange pills with lemon juice and honey, an orange pill or a lemon pill with honey and garlic, or without, and you let that sit. It's pure things that can help us to get rid of information and things like that. Not soursop. Soursop cleanse the blood and do some other things as well as a powerful nutrient. But also sea moss. Now I had tried it and I have some and I used it. Now eat more of that because that's what Dr. Sebi said. When they tell us that our For people that get arthritis and they said our bones rub on bones, that's because our collagen is what's they call it? It's like that little gristle, like in the chicken bone, that little gristle part, that little. Okay, so anyway, that piece is run down, so the bone rub on top of the bone. If CMOS can grow that back, then what did they tell us? Is that not a lie? A lot of things they told us is a lie, is what I'm saying. The things, a lot of things they made the lie look like the truth, and the truth look like the lie. Now, if I'm speaking and saying anything, Dr. Sebi was an example of what God made, and he made himself learn some things. Can you teach yourself to be a teacher? Yes. Did I heal myself? I did. Did I do some things that I didn't think that I was doing something, or maybe nobody else I didn't know until I can consult with the one. Okay, when I learned that I can heal myself, I got over some things, and me and myself, all yourself need to become one. Your lower self, your middle self, and your higher self. Once you heal all elements and all levels of yourself in life, then you become a whole total complete being, and you are actually one with the Creator. Everybody can get close, and nobody in my family line, nobody has made it that far. Just in the fact of just knowing that you can leave behind some things and people. If the Lord said leave, don't turn back, and you still want to catch on, you want to grab people and still, I learned no, you have to let go in order to save yourself, because you can't be a part of God's blessing if you don't see what he's going to do with you. You have to have a chance to take a leap on you. If it's telling you to move forward, move on, move out, go travel here. And you say, well, I don't got no money. I don't even have enough to buy a ticket. I don't, what? And the Lord to say to move that way in your spirit. You don't have to have something. If the Lord told you, that means he's making a way. You just got to trust that he got somebody along your path that's going to work it out for you. If you have nothing, do you think the Lord knows that you don't have anything and is still going to tell you to make a move and to trust it without having no good without having an explanation or a solution for you? Then you cannot know who God is. And the people that say they believe, you're not really good believers. You believe really not. You don't have a seed of faith of a mustard seed, because if you did, you wouldn't rely on this world so heavily. What is changes it's going to make, how it's going to work for you. If you didn't change, a lot of people is going to be sad, because the ones that you should have listened to that we thought that we should take for granted, they sound crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, let's see. We're going to see. If you want to see something, you should do it like this. You should be able to fold your hands and use your eyes and use your spirit and just watch. You shouldn't have to do something to intercede or to plot or to stop something for something. You shouldn't have to cheat, is what I'm saying. If the person is authentically fair and they saying, why can't you let, if your way is working, and this is what the world said, that means that is proof and it's truth that you can live in this world a whole same way and not do it is another way to live. And that means that person figured some shit out. That is what that is. And that's what why would make every woman that knows about this one jealous, because if they're looking at this person's faith and this person can't be stopped or killed by any type of amount of witchcraft, and anybody, and people know that those graveyards, some of those spells is deadly, and they know how to do it, and they can do it very quickly in your sleep. People, if you having dreams, if you have a dream of, and don't eat anything in your dreams for people. If you see some food or you see something that looks good, I advise you, don't trust to drink or eat anything in your dreams if you know that you have a strong willpower and your mind is very fluid and you lucid in your dreams. That means that you are awaking, like you can feel and see and just know everything is actually happening, and you are in control of what's happening in your other realm. You have to be strong, because that's how many people die in their sleep. They do not make it past that realm, because people do things and people sleep and they make them see things. They eat something, they know how to do things, and a lot of time, oh, they died in their sleep. That's not for everybody. That do. I'm just saying. In most families, please believe it's two spirits, okay? And those two spirits is harboring. One of those is harboring this world is the world of darkness that comes after and seek to steal and kill. And if they know some people in high places, they know they got connection in the hospital. They could get samples of your DNA. They could go in your medical records. They got people that doing stuff that they shouldn't do. I'm just telling you, those are the same. Those are the people in this universe that's in your family line. That if you know some people in high places, and you got some high pull, and you can do some wicked stuff like that, you could break some rules. Why? Because you get spiritual protection from the dark world. That's why they call it the Masonic temples or third degree Masons or whatever you want to be. I'm just saying how you use your gifts and your intuition and the things that you have knowledge of to be able to use them to deceive or to overcome somebody that God said, leave alone. This is mine. You're messing with me and you're playing around with my business. Now, when the Lord takes over and deal with people the way he sees fit because they didn't correct themselves, he does give us time to come clean and correct ourselves about some things and about what we thought and how you talk to this person. It's not the same. Well, if you feel like this, well, how come you is no, it's never going to be the same. It would never be. This person is prescribed and altered in a way where she already figurealized her own self. Nobody else cannot program or reprogram or say or study. You can try. Okay, look at me. Can you measure what my character is in myself? Can you measure my strength? Can you measure the things that I've been through? Can you measure my faith? Can you measure anything that's being said to me? Do you know how I will use the things that I learned? Nobody cannot measure that about nobody unless you know that person's spirit. And if that spirit is with the same spirit of God, that means that that person has no limit because they believe that God is one and he can do all things. Now, when you line up with that spirit, you don't have to worry about what somebody else thinks because it's not important. The Lord is going to use you anyway, and they don't have nothing to do with other people think about their opinion of you. Now, the things that is an opinion, or it's not an opinion, but things that can be said that can go against the Most High, and is read in a certain way. If you could see that it said, "I will make you into a debased mind to lust after each other." Those are spiritual and physical curses. Those are bitter things that people use, that this world used to turn us against ourselves. And then when Obama came, they said you can have same-sex marriage. Why would a president, at the time I didn't know, I was just like everybody else, I thought, this is the first black president, I was so proud, I said I knew we would have one, or whatever the case is. Okay, these people was same sex. They already knew they was coming to deceive us. We just didn't know it. And they was laughing their ass off at us talking about Obama so strong and right. And we was like, yes. And it was after a while it was a no, but a lot of people was some of us still is confused about that. It doesn't matter. What straight couple would approve that they said they came from being Christians or whatever religion it was? And what happen if it's a real authentic man and wife, right? The real thing. Why would you approve something that you're not? And if we know that God said that's wrong, unless you have to be what you're approving. It didn't matter if we believed it or not. But if you think about it, you say, wait a minute, they tricked the shit out of us. Because do they not get sex changed and look like real women? Why would that be any different for them if they choose to do it? They have assets. They in Hollywood. They got the best money, the best surgeons to pull it off, especially when everybody's working as a team and they working to deceive the masses. They do it in the movies. How come it can't be real life that they actually have these people to speak and we get to see them? And listen, he didn't have a sex change. He called him Michael, a few times out of his mouth. No man is tripping and calling they female, they woman, or they female, they daughter, or no woman by their homeboy name or by any man's name. your wife, your husband, you want to call him your girlfriend name? A lot of times, a few times. The point is, what I'm saying is, they know how to trick us, is what I'm saying. Um, the Most High made the rainbow. So when we saw the rainbow, that is a symbolism of his love and his covenant for us, that we are covered. And he used that as a symbolization. And when you look at the colors, those are our chakras. That's God love for us. These people in this world, nobody stood up. Nobody had nothing to say that is wrong. I don't care how many times you like doing the butt or lickety splickety split, whatever it is that you like, and it goes against the Most High. And they make parades, and they say, "Well, you can have a parade about it." And who going to the Gay Pride parade? I'm just saying, if you did these things and it goes against the Most High, and you feel good about it, just understand where your spirit goes and what life you're going to live while you're here before you go. If you went against the Most High, the things that is saying, even without us knowing that these people use that as a way to mock the Most High. Some people that is same sex, everybody used that to discredit God. They really just felt genuinely that they loved the same. They found affection or more attraction with the same. Whether you're male or female, you found some attraction and love or some compassion happen, and it just made you open up to the same. Now, so everybody got different reasons. This what you call it, the black and white. In case, uh, it'll come to me. But how we are able to be used as pawns. I'm saying, and to make an illusion, to make something, to celebrate, to gyrate, whether it's the Indian parade or everybody's grinding in the street, and they said this is part of art or culture. When it's done in these things that I'm just saying that they promote, this world is telling us more and more. They allow more sin, more things that was ever allowed before, and now it came to its end. Now it's pouring out because they can't hide it. You see that the musical awards, when we say that Jay-Z or Beyonce, they was evil or whatever, they was practicing witchcraft, now you hear it more and more. Now it's pouring out. Now you see it in their videos. ASAP Rocky, whatever he is, not talking about them, but I don't got to say what it is. They draw the ritual things in on the floor with the circle with the cross and the five points or whatever it is. What I'm saying is, it's demonic, and they draw you in. These people need that because that's how they win. They need people. They need to do strange things because they signed up. Now, our people, a lot of us gonna feel real simple when we learn it. Did we have to do? Then we ain't mean to. We ain't had to. We ain't had to sleep with nobody. I ain't had to be a rapper. I didn't have to hurt nobody. I ain't had to give up no blood or nothing. I ain't had to do that, cuz I ain't had to do that, sis. Say no, babies, no, my beloved, you did not. We did not. Well, to showcase our talent, if anything, is someone that said after you get in, they're not going to tell you nothing rough. They need your trust. That's the same way people come in your home and your friends and family. They need you to trust. They take you out. Don't let nothing happen because they need you to come out so you don't know that people around you, your family members, already got some things they don't like about you, but they like you. But they like you because you're different. You have something that they want to take, and they need something. Your energy is who it is, so they need something to drink. Or for your spirit, your energy, your knowledge, your wisdom. And people want to take things. I don't mind if you want to take some things that you learn from me, but give me credit. Say to the world, if you're talking and if you know something about me and I shared something and I helped you, say something to the world and say where you got it from. Say who I am to you, to say where you got it from, who taught you or who inspired you. Give credit where it's due. I got wonderful people in my life that I learned a lot of stuff from. My friends and things, I learned things from a lot of people. I just was not just one side. I learned things so I can be able to identify and relate to everyone. Even if I didn't do everything, I just needed to know how everybody felt and why we feel different feelings. So I can be able to know for myself when I feel them. I know why when other people feel them, now I know what it feel like. If I got locked up, I've never been in jail, but I've been locked up. How do you be locked up? Your mind can lock you up in your own mental. You can feel trapped. You feel stuck. Nothing is holding you except for your mind is telling you can't go out. If I wanted to go out the door, no, you got people who put spell work and they make you feel trapped. If your spirit is weak, then it's strong enough to keep you mentally strapped. Once you unmentally strap yourself and say, no, nothing is overriding me. If I see something that I can do, or whether I choose to sit or to go, when people realize their powers don't have no weight, they was never in control of you. They would have to sit down because it looked like things was working. It was working because you just wasn't at a place where you can work on certain things because you'd be distracted with a lot of things at one time. To be able to handle a lot of things at one time, I know I said, damn, you is pretty strong. You do a lot of things. You can handle a lot at different perspective and be able to stay whole. Who the hell is this? I was like, listen, if you surprised, me too. I was like, what spirit is it? I said, this God. I said, Lord, this gotta be you. Because if it was me and the things that I had to do and put up with, some people need to be beat up, some people need to be yelled at, some things needed to get done. And I thank God I didn't. I said, nope, I learned. Let me tell you, it's a magical trick and it's called get going and walk away and be quiet sometimes. Because sometimes after people don't deserve nothing and you don't need to talk about nothing, you just need to go sit down. And you just, you just let it be what it's going to be. If it's something that's real, it would not. If something is meant, if friends, family, and you could get along, your spirit is good. Who is arguing and can't get along with a peaceful being? Think about it. What spirit that lives? There's only one and two of us, okay? The opposite is the one that can't. They can't find peace, or they find something wrong with that peace, or they like it, or they misjudge it. Now, I'm saying this is for everybody, that everybody has some family and somebody told or felt some way about the way you live your life, the decisions you make, the way how you feel and who you date and why this and why that. And some people don't say goddamn thing to you because they don't want you to say nothing back to them. So they talk around your back. They talk to other people about you. But if I said something about you, right, if I say about my sister, it's nothing I gotta make up if I said it to you. Or if I say certain things, I'm just saying, whatever I said, if I said it to someone, I meant what I said. It's not a negotiation of taking back. Unless I offended or I came out and I hurt someone and that wasn't my intention and they took it some way, then yes. Can you be able to say that was not my intention? Or what I said was taken out of context? Because yes, I said those words. I'm not going to say if those words were said and the person hurt me, I'm not going to be like, no, well, and everything can't be an excuse. If you said something and you meant it, if I meant something at that time and or for a reason, I'm not going to be like, no, I know why I said it. And I know what my spirit made me say and why I said it. It doesn't matter if somebody said, well, you got proof why you feel. If I pick up your energy, it's not genuine. Anybody that has that discernment, nothing should tell that righteous person. That means whether you consider yourself, you don't need to be spiritual to be righteous. You should be conscious of how you do to others and watch how other people treat you and be mindful of different mindsets because it lets you know where they at. And some people think that if you already overcame their mindset, please understand that after the person get past a certain dimension in the past the 3D, they graduate to fourth or the fifth or the sixth or wherever they going, you are not able to reach that person in any way in form. If they're able to talk to you, that is not a discredit or to put people down or to say that I'm better or to say that somebody's better than you. I'm saying that to those people that has a problem with learning and the difference between what they thought they was and their power and how they feel about themselves, to look down on somebody else, to criticize and to think what's happening is a lot of people is having a deeper look at themselves. Because the way you treat people and the things you thought that wasn't a big deal, why life was life in for you because you was getting away because God didn't stop nothing. This is for all the people, whether you little, small, or big, or whatever your position is in life. Nobody is better than nobody. Look, they used the white man to tell us because they didn't want us to know that we had our own gifts and we didn't have to listen to them. They have to use money. They have to use other things to distract us and put themselves, because they needed us to look at that is a racist thing. Look, we white, we in power, we right, and y'all dark, so you're wrong. So we had a lot of people didn't like their color, we didn't like the color of our skin. We was too dark. Dark was wrong. Light was in. The lighter you are, they use the color of our skins. They use different goddamn mind tactics. And then every time something then light skin is out, dark is in. You know, they use these stupid ass trends. If you follow along, it's playing with our mind. It's letting us think that we're in control. Oh yeah, we went through this phase. Now they tried another phase. They understand they're using certain tactics and they know how to use certain people. And then they put it on a big screen and then they make us watch it. And then people having discussions about what we think about colorism and people. I don't care about none of that. I mean, listen, I did. I'm saying once you get past that part and you realize, I'm just trying to get us to get to the part where we need to wake up, where nothing should be able to govern your mind more than the governor of yourself, than to use these tactics. If you don't believe that God got something else for his people to go, then to be trapped in a system is called a free world, and it's a universal world where you go by universal law. Now, those ones that's trapped that want to live by this world standard, and you was forging any documents or whatever you was doing, you was causing mischief in families, you being shady, you using kids and all. Anybody that was living in according to this life, whether you was an informant or whatever you is, that you played a role in just living in this mentality, in this matrix world. It was made to trick us. Okay, that's why it's matrix. That's what I said. It's my word. You understand? That's how I relate it. It's made to trick us. Tricks are for kids. Most adults is big kids. They getting to use you get in a position of authority, a supervisor, or I'm a CEO of a company, I'm this. What your spirit is what is going to show why you should keep your gifts or not. How you use them. Are you using it to get over or to manipulate people? Because you could be a seer. You could be a seer that could see things in people and you use it to manipulate because now you know how to see them and you can play with their spirit. I had somebody say they know my heart. If you knew my heart, why would you hurt somebody? If you know the person's heart, then to hurt it, then you cannot by any means unnecessary. This is for everybody so you can learn the difference. If any man or woman that say they know your heart and you have a beautiful heart and they love the person you are, and that same person or many people whoever say it, and that person hurts you and repeatedly and learn the things that you cared about and use that intently, that is not a person. That is not a man or a woman sent from the Most High. That is a distraction there to take and steal your spirit and break you down inside because they signed up to do that because it gives them power. They understand what role they wanted to take in this life. They wanted that type of God power. They wanted that dark, vicious type of power that nobody can see. They come backhanded. They dare to sneak you in the back because they too scared to face you correctly. Okay? So that's why people do dark magic because they like to be in the damn dark. But guess what? If you got somebody that understands the moon, that means that person is able to see things in the dark too. So you playing in the dark and they know their spirit alert them and they got people that watches. Be careful. Everybody that play in the dark don't mean that nobody's watching you. You're being recorded. Everybody's being seen. Now, people that the government, the world use they binoculars and they got their little cameras and when you drive and they take pictures of you. They got things that they can frame us or see us or whatever kind of thing it is. But guess what? The Most High got pictures too. You got people that's recording things that people doing the wrong things and thinking that nothing is being recorded. Everybody is being looked at because this is our time that people thought the Lord is asleep. These things, if you go to Revelation and look in the beginning, these why I said we all are aliens, right? Or aliens, or however you want to say it. Our spirit is not of this world. That's what makes us not from here. That's what that means. Our spirits is not from here. This world made it. They made something beyond God's word. God made the foundation of the world. What did man do? They made money. They made everything, devices and things that God said, be careful. Don't mean that don't use the devices. If you like series, I'm not telling you not to use it. I'm telling you to use your own discretion. It's your own will. Do what you will. So that way, when you do it, the Lord is not going to make us not do certain things. We got to have a conscience enough to say, if I do this, what do this spiritually mean on my spiritual soul? Is I'm putting weight on me that's going to hinder my growth in this world. You want me to say it again? Yes. Okay. The gifts and the knowledge that you have of yourself. I don't know if I'm going to say it exactly, but I'm going to get it. Whatever it is that you are, you should be whatever it is that God gave you, because who can take that from you? You should be your own gift and trust that the Lord is going to sustain you to be the gift to guide you in this world. If you don't have a connection of knowing that if you gave me something, he took me out of this, I didn't know, I prayed, and I didn't know I was going to get through that. I had a bad breakup or a bad fight with my mom, my aunt. We had a good time, and we went on a trip, and it was beautiful. So you got beautiful times. And he said, we only did that one time. And don't mean that the person died or nothing. You're just wondering where the good times went. So sometimes when things come and it goes again, you say, damn, what's happening? Don't think that's normal. Please understand it's forces that's making that happen. And sometimes people have to be their own force, because forces is going to come. Do you know when you're being attacked, or do you know when you should fight? Most of us don't. That's why he said it's 1%. 1% of the population of the world is want to be open to see. We go outside, everything looks regular and nice, and like, oh, everything is good, everything is cozy, ain't nothing happening, everything is normal. Spiritually, when you incline, you're looking at the wind, you go to the park, and you put your feet in the grass and you get grounded. You let your body get rejuvenated so you can be electric charged, just like how we charge our phone. Yes, go back to where the ground is at, to the bottom of our feet. We need that to touch the trees of those that can stand nature and those that can relate to God in some type of way. It doesn't have to be the same. Everybody finds something in nature that they like, so you can connect to God in your own way. Whatever your relationship is, that's your relationship. That's what you can do. Whatever it is, I'm not judging. People should not judge, but we can judge when that force. Anytime we as people do something to another being that goes outside of ourselves, that means if you smoke cigarettes or whatever you're doing with your own self, yes, can it be in fact impactful if you hurt yourself and your loved one? And they're like, oh, you got cancer. Why did you keep doing that? You knew that was wrong. Is it hurtful? Yes. But is that intent on purpose to hurt or to do something to yourself so you can hurt others if you was going to see how they would feel? You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you're using things for yourself gratification, and whether it's drugs, getting high, or whatever it is, if you're doing something to yourself and you by yourself, if you're doing something and you have a significant other and you have multiple people that you care about, but you're lying and you know it's going to affect your health and your lifestyle and others, that's when you got to tell. Okay? That is when we supposed to tell the other person that something is going on, because this is what I'm going through. If it's a secret from the person or whatever your lifestyle is, then you're intently trying to harm that one. So I'm going to leave right here. Grab yourself, love yourself, tell yourself you still care. If you made it through anything and you made it out and you're still here to talk about it, you should be able to smile through it and say, by God's grace, I couldn't have did nothing without his help. I will always give credit to where credit is due. I did nothing alone. I did everything with the Lord's help, and I didn't do nothing. Most of the time, yeah, sometimes I didn't ask the Lord for every little thing. That's another thing. Ask for the things that we do not have control over, things that we don't know. You in the unknown, you are not sure, you don't have a clue. That's when you ask the good Lord, not if your shoestring keep coming to loose. Lord, my shoestring coming to loose being a baby, or somebody didn't come, this person didn't do this, or whatever it is. Something that you can actually control. If it's a friend or somebody's acting up or getting out of line or something you need to do, or you need to get up and handle something on time, that is something that you could take control over and say, okay, I need to get better at this time. I need to do X, Y, Z. Whatever that is, I'm not saying to be perfect. I'm saying we can critique ourselves is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I need to be perfect. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to do things, so I have to learn. Life is learning, but it's not the same as when you graduate from the 3D life. It's not the same. So when people think that your same calling or the certain things that you do or say is the same as what they say and do, and it's like, no, it is not, because that mindset allows them to be on another level. They have a different, you're going to get a different set of challenges. And the ones that don't know that they challenges that they trying to bring to you, you already passed them. I mean, it's like, do you, would you let yourself, after you pass the test in life, after you pass a hard lesson in life, do you want, or would you let anybody take you back and to do a lesson that you already completed, that you already learned? Would you? The answer is no. So therefore, it's not looking down on anybody. It's just saying, I did that already. It's like having a job that you already had experience in. I used to be this. I used to be a cashier. Now I do customer service. Now from customer service, now I'm an air pilot person or air stewardess. I fly planes. I meet a lot of people. Life take you different places. Should you change yourself so you can see yourself have different life experience? Should you use that as your self growth? Now, regardless of who you use to serve, or if you say God, or if you went to church or none of that, that's not important. I mean, it's important, but it's not. Because what if you didn't use none of that, but you just use your own faith and your courage in yourself to know that if you took the test and you did it honestly and you passed and you did everything on your own free merits? You got a lot of people out here that's straight shooters. They don't like to cheat. They want to see if they can make it through life without bending the rules, without cheating, or taking an easy way, or discrediting somebody, or having to take a shortcut because they want to make it look like, when we can't wait. And when you can't wait on the Lord and you got to do something, saying, oh, it's taking too long. I ain't getting, life is not working out, or I need something, or I want somebody, or I want a man, or I want to have sex, or I need some money, or especially with money, because people like to do a lot of things. Not everybody. A lot of us, and some of us that do know how to hold on or go get it honestly. You understand? They just apply for a job, and they say, well, but it's better to consult. I'm learning. I'm teaching. I'm saying what I learned. What I didn't know is why I didn't know. But why I know, that's why I'm telling you what I know, because I didn't. I had to learn through mischiefs and mistakes. You cannot get honored if you didn't do anything to be honorable. You have to be an honorable person in your life to be able for the Lord to smile on you and to make a big deal about you. And all over the ethers, all over, and then have people to talk about it, what this person experienced, how they handled it, what measures did they use to be able to hold their spirit. If God shout and he send his workers and your ancestors and all on all sides, dark and light, the devil too. They spirits is work for one. They celebrate that one with the Lord. They respect that one. And to this one, we will fight for, we will protect. And they send the workers to work for you. They send some of their workers. No, you this one, no, this one. You have to respect. We work for the Lord. If the other ones could be disobedient, we don't care about them. They decided to go the wrong way. They wanted to be in fame. They wanted to go in the rooms and see fascinating things and all kinds of filth that you could think of, and how you could go in Sin City. Come in. You wanted to come? You want to be part of our club? Come in. Come one, come all. Children too. Come, you're welcome. Look what we got for you if you go in this room. You got nothing but niggas in here that look like women's. You welcome. Like this door. Or you got orgies where all kinds of everybody's mixing. You got drugs. You got the drug room where you can do every kind of coke and every kind of thing and put some, they do strange things. I'm not going to say because certain things, and the people like to get high in different ways, and they use their body parts, if you know what I'm saying, to to as a portal, as a way to get a high stimulant. Did I ever see it in real life? Was that ever my experience? No. But when you can picture and you can see things, and you get to see these people and you imagine all kinds of filth those spirits will allow you to have, you can imagine, you already know they diabolical. It's nothing that they would not do. And then they got people that all you need is $5,000. I didn't even know that. You need $5,000 just to get into one of their games, into politician or whatever. If you got that, you could buy you a lawyer. You could be whatever you in. You just buy yourself in. A lot of people ain't know that now, but the ones that did, they found their way in. They get paid every couple of 10,000s or whatever, how they pay them monthly or every time of the month, whatever. So if people got paid and you doing these things and you wondering why your life turned, why it's not the same, did you take account of why you should have loved yourself? Why we should stop doing certain things even if we didn't know. Now, if you know, instead of being bitter and hateful, why don't you say, you know what? Let me see why this person could be loved. What they could like. What do we need to have? You need one ingredient. You need love, because you need that. And love is a strength. It is a force. It's strong. It's true. It's not there to curdle and babysit you. It's there to make us, to remind us of who we are, and if we reflect in a certain way, and the people that we reflected, and the things that we doing it for. And this person is there to change our spirit, and we're supposed to lift our frequency. Why would we want to hurt that person anyway? Why would you? If someone is soft and kind and they say, "Oh, this person is stupid," that's how they see you. That's how they see us. They think that we easily to be pushed over because we soft hearted. I mean, naturally, just kind, but that doesn't mean we stupid. And people, because whether you say, "Oh, she look us," of my features or whatever you want to make fun of, or say wherever I came from. Yes, but I learned to be able to care about myself, whether having a mishap like young girls, when you learning yourself with hygiene or whatever it is to get better, finding yourself a different preference and different things, or certain deodorants, you'll learn what works for you, what certain scents that we like, whether you using perfume or oil. You find certain things that you like or agree with you, and certain things that don't. Once you start finding your rhythm, you start caring about and learning different things that fit you, and things that will wear certain colors or certain vibrations and certain songs and certain things. You learning to develop you. If people saw that, and they saw that when you were stumbling, if they laughed at those parts, "Oh, I remember when you didn't have certain things, or you didn't, your hygiene wasn't always up to par," or whatever it is. But when you get yourself better, those are no longer no things that you should feel bad about. If people remember some things that you went through, or whatever the parts a person want to use, only you can give it away. If something is used to try to hurt you, then I think about, I already prepare myself, whatever it is. I'm not going to let nobody in this universe, from this 3D version of world that I already went past mentally and spiritually, let something of people that's brokenhearted and didn't understand why they didn't get whatever it is that people feel brokenhearted or want to use. You would have to be somebody that cared about what people think. Once you don't care about nothing in this world, what somebody could say or use against you, that whatever weapons or arrows they use or tactics, it is null and void. It cannot hurt you. because you already passed. You're not even on a level. You understand that instead of getting mad at however somebody want to come against you, you understand one thing: they lack love and concern and compassion. Do I want those people to be hurt? No, but you need to be revealed. It needs to be told the truth. I mean, your own bitterness, people that have that, the person, you don't need to say nothing. It's going to show that they really, that how people hated or didn't care about you. Whether you had your exes or whatever it is, I'm just saying that in this life can show you who you are and who you're not. If you come against somebody that, for people that actually worked on themselves, I mean, actually healed and really got over some things and really learned some lessons of why you should be better for yourself, why you should nurture yourself, especially for a man, men, that's masculine. Strong men, I'm talking about awakened, enlightening men. You need enlightened women. Everybody is not a ding dong and a donut and a bunch of titties and a fat ass, and that's it. And it's just beauty and a little bit of brains. You got some that got the whole package, that got brain, beauty, and can do a whole lot of things. The thing is, when you find that, is after you find that you finish with this life dogging you around. You're looking for somebody to like you for you. You want somebody to enjoy you for who you are, and they can appreciate and celebrate with you. If that woman or that man can't receive that man that way, and you come in that way, hey baby, you started off, crazy and living in the world, and then after you finish with this worldly ass life, and you wake up, and you have some people to guide you to wake you up in life, and you find some way that you can heal yourself and get over some things. And now you're looking for joy in your life. You're looking for something solid. You want something real. You want something you can build with, a woman that, or a man that can be your friend. That's your best friend. It's somebody that would think about you all day, every day. Don't mind talking to you and want to see you every chance they get. When that thing is not happening and it grows and it starts, and one of us start to grow up and the other person don't, and they start falling back, it's because they wasn't never your equal. You already had something that they didn't have in the first place. I'm telling you, I had that. That was my story. To be able to have something and to watch yourself develop and grow. And when you move out the way, you can see how much, and you talk back to a person, you can see how much they developed and how much they didn't grow. You'll be able to see if they was on the same length of you, you will be together. The person that's not there, that's not by your side, they did not elevate, they went back or they stayed back. People, if that happens and you notice that you're elevated from families, friends, cousins, or whatever it is, you can cry, but you must move on. You must not stay looking back and waiting to see if somebody's going to go up. At some point, don't do it as long as I did. I understood my mission. But if anybody else would have did this, they would have been dead a long time ago. You wouldn't have made it. Okay? And my kids probably would have been out without me. But either way, what I'm saying is, this is a never ending journey that I experienced since my youth, since my birth. Before in my mother's womb, that forces was trying to come after me. I'm not going to know that, but because I'm still here, that means I was already covered. And people that knew certain things, if I shared certain things with them, if I shared anything about that, I was trying to get taken out by magic, and should have told the people that this one I should not do. And it's stupid to do that. It's cause harm for you. If someone's saying, well, did you know that this person got worked on, and people try to wish them from death, that means a whole lot of people wouldn't interfere and a whole lot of things wouldn't happen to people. And if you even if you're innocent, but you're hanging with people that's getting calmer, that means that the universe is giving them back whatever they dished out to people over the time, and it's catching up to them. It don't matter how many years ago it was. It don't matter if you just sat down. If you didn't make amends and you didn't close those chapters, oh wow, they coming back and it's going to be a disaster. That's how that go. If you didn't make amends and you didn't try to fix some things on your own, and you didn't make it right with the people that you should have made and corrected your wrongs for, if you hurt anybody and you didn't, they don't have to accept. It's not the problem. That's not up to you. The point is, you go and try to make it right whether they accept it or not, because you need to free your soul and you need to give the other person the chance to see that you did come clean. And if they couldn't take it for whatever the reason is, but you cleanse your soul and your spirit and let the other person cry, they can't, cleanse. The crying is cleansing. And whatever that pain is, it should make you stronger. I'm not saying I'm not going to let nothing make me cry or whatever. It's not going to break me to make me not know who I am. That is what I'm saying. So for people, life is going to happen. It should not be to the magnitude of yourself if you know who you are and you understand the strength to be resilient from your family line, the things they have to endure, to tell me that our people at this time is made to be more weaklings than the ones that fought for us, even if they couldn't get to this point, but we should learn to pay attention. If you learning right, then you will be right. Whatever your walks is, you will be guided that way in life. You will either get or not. Whatever you put in, especially how we treat each other. It's not what you put into your job, how well you went to work on time, how much you clocked in, how many hours of the day you worked and you slaved. It's how many times your spirit went against when people gave you a hard time, when somebody wanted to curse you out. How many times did you humble yourself and use a different technique and you learn? I don't have to go get like that with this person. They're not even worth it. I'm not going to be wilding out because somebody else misunderstand it or they feel that they don't know how to talk to people. Yes, can you talk up? And you say to the person, you being rude. You don't got to talk to me that way. I could say that. That's not being ungodly. That's being a God person that knows how to guard yourself and have boundaries and speak up for yourself. You need to be assertive to be on his team. You gotta be a force that don't care about what other people broken feelings feel like, because half of the things that we feel, he don't operate on our feelings in the first place. Okay? Do we care about our feelings if we don't understand what he's doing? He know what he's doing in our life, putting pieces together, removing pieces, removing your furniture around, which in your life, putting people in place, taking people away, setting up things, taking things away, arising, revising yourself, and formulating yourself. While you're going through those changes, it doesn't matter what other people think if they're not a part of it. If they're not a part of none of your changes, and people that's in the past, no, you cannot. Everybody, no, it's not going to be part of this transformation. It's just not. That don't mean I'm mad or bitter. It means I have an understanding that we would have to elevate on the same frequency to be able to be in the same vibe. If not, then it's just meant that it's not your turn. You didn't get there. Some people will have to catch up. If you catch up with your vibration frequency, then if God permitted, then you'll be on that side. Everybody's not going. Everybody's not called. I'm not telling nobody anything. What I'm about who. What I'm saying is what's susceptible and what's not. And so what make you could say that you have to live a certain way and you have to be whatever it is that you're talking about. It don't mean you need to. Oh, you don't got no rich house and you, yeah. Well, listen. Don't worry about what I got. People worry about what somebody got, especially after they try to take it and they realize that they don't probably know about it. But when you find out everything that you need to find out, and you say, well, if you only talking to that one and you by yourself and you ain't talking to no one, but your story is being heard. Whatever happened with your personal life, the friends and family members that's connected to you is getting talked about and saying what kind of part they had in your life that you didn't know about. And they said, well, I went and did that. I don't do whatever God said and whatever's up to, now you use discernment, because not everything, you got to know your own life. And some things may apply and some don't, because some of it is tricky because they're using spirits and putting, okay, so masculines is women. These are treacherous types of women. Okay, these are I don't know to call them, but I'm gonna just say women. Okay, felines. These are those that use their beauty to manipulate and their bodies to manipulate men, and they know how to use certain spell works and certain spells and love potions and things like that to mix and to put their spirit, if especially for women. If that man likes somebody else or whatever, and the woman is jealous, they know how to put their spirit into their man without him knowing, feeding his food or whatever how they do, and get that man to turn on the love that loved him that was sent from God. Now I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with that. If anybody can make somebody turn and hurt someone that loved them, or all their heart would never go do something wrong to them, always protect them, and was sent to be a protector. And that man or woman don't understand that, or that woman seems to be a pretender or whatever, and they have to do certain things to get a result, to look a certain way, or to send that man, if he is cheating or whatever, I'm gonna fix him, I'm gonna make him do everything to hurt that person, to be, or to team up with other people. And then you got to get a group to team up, or to do some type of practice to hurt someone, to wish some harm, or to wish that the person never have a peaceful life, a loving life, a journey life. Then you should think about whatever you putting out, whomever it is that I'm talking to, because this could be a lot of people, and this is gonna be everybody and anybody. And I'm talking to anybody right now. When we do that, and you're using hateful remarks or speaking ill, because those are curses too. They have a force, depending on how much you believe it. Now, how much the other person believe that they don't have nothing that can attach to from this world, then that person is covered. They don't have nothing to worry about either way. But you still got to be prayed up, and I still pray. So what I'm saying is, as you go on your journey, and you journey in a way where you're not in this world where you living for anything that they can use against you. And why I say that, if you read it, because I measure my life with the scripture, I did. I read the book as a guide. As a guide, I use it as a map. And then when you get your shield and the things that make you weak in life, you get to choose if you want to hold that part. If you want to use the memories of everything that somebody did or that you had, and all the fun times, and the person is gone, and you remember all those things, and it's going to make you sad, and it's going to put you in a place. You choose to put that emotion on you. And that's why it makes it harder if you get to depression or to feel depressed, is because you use something, you use your life, that part of your life, and you chose to see it in a way where it's going to break you, and it's heartbreaking, and a piece of me is gone. I can't move on. I lost my mom. I never to lose your mom, and we had the same birthday. I didn't know what I would be like to move on and have my birthday by myself, and or to be, by myself. My mom was my twin, and I didn't know. But what I did know is, after I cried, and I cried for the before it happened. So I had my own personal time. So I was being prepared without being prepared, without knowing I was being prepared. So I got to release whatever it was. So that when it comes down to it, long as I honor, it's important to honor your loved ones the way they want to be honored to go out. It doesn't matter if you are able, or you think that, well, I'm gonna do it this way because they not here. I'm gonna do it the best way because I could save some of the money and use it for. I didn't have none of that. What I did was I relied on God. He made a way, whether it was with a job or whatever the case is. It wasn't with life insurance. I could say that. Okay, so I had to have something that I didn't have, and I had to rely on something that was outside of me, because this is the area. This is what I'm telling you. When you get to critical parts in life, and you don't know what to do, and you don't have a way, you can't see a way out, that's when you call and you rely on the Most High, and if it answer, because He does. If I was able to see the outcome, I didn't have to worry, because at that same time, beautiful things was happening, and I got to see my mom was being taken to come back to me. So when you're thinking that your loved ones is gone, do you think their spirit won't come back for you, and they won't be around you to guide you, to help see you? After to be absent in the world is to be present with the Lord. Now, those that live the righteous life, those are ones that will watch over you. And then you got some that cross over that didn't like you, and they still don't got them like you. And they still want to make life hard for you because they can. And they use minions that's close to you, and they use them and go in their spirit, because they have some of those. Any spirit that you have, and your spirit is the same as any bitterness, jealousy, or you got some type of low vibrational ways. Any one of those vibrational demons that it match, they same attribute, match with yours, they can use you. You're not expendable, because until you get rid of all of these things that the world that it holds, and they sex and whatever it is that's worldly, that'll keep you with their games and keep us trapped and worrying about what's going on and keeping up. Instead of keeping up with yourself, to analyze yourself like a scientist would, take a piece and take a part out of yourself so you can measure yourself as only the Lord would. If I'm saying stuff a lot, is yes, because I have a lot to say, but if you think about it, everything correlates, connect to each other. And one thing overall, no matter how many words I said to trust yourself, learn yourself, find your own gift so God can see, so you can see how God is magnificent and how you're going to give him the glory. That's what this is. Because Satan is going to tell you to take the shortcut. It's going to say, I can do the same thing God can, but look, I can get you there faster. Okay? Don't you see the guys running into the industry? They want to be a rapper. But they find out that I don't need to sell drugs and I can rap and I can do this and I can find a faster way to get money. I'm just saying, the industry, the EMX Solars, the industry, this whole world is made with the industry, an industry of everything, gambling, all kinds of things that it tells you to do and to rely on the outside of you. I'm not saying to not to do it, but if you want to play the lotto, I'm just saying it's best to consult the Lord and ask the Lord what numbers to pick, or is this a good time, a good day? Just to consult the Lord. That's all I'm saying. We're supposed to consult the Lord anyway. If you're not sure, whatever you want to do you rely on me? And I'm saying I didn't always, so I'm learning. And that's why I'm telling you, because that's what I learned to do. I depended on the Lord wholeheartedly. I cried. If you cried, the Lord cried with you. When you rise, you rise with yourself. If you love yourself, you cry with yourself. You got to love yourself enough to say, I got to, tomorrow I'm going to get up, I'm going to make a plan, and you do something else. You finding your own way is what I'm saying. That means you have to have enough courage in you that you can pull yourself through. And if you give up on yourself, somebody, I'll never been the same after this happened to me again. I will never be the same after a lot of things that happen, especially this when I'm by myself. And Lord gave me peace of mind to gather myself and learn some things about myself that I'm not going to share everything, because it's not for everything for everybody to know. What everybody need to know is how to love and respect their inner self and to get over some things that happen in life. If it made you stronger, don't look at it that it tried to stop you. Look at it that it made you more whole than unhold if it healed you. If you learn to be stronger and to make some better decisions out of your life, you learn how to move around with people. You learn how to talk to other people. If you was kind of a person that didn't really know how to, wasn't a people person, you didn't really like a lot of people. If you learn that you do like people, but you like the right type of people that you can relate to. Whatever that is, you need to ask the Lord to give you people that can resonate with you. That's what I did. That's what I said. Lord, give me peace. Give me the things that he said, ask of me. You can't get unless you ask. And then if you ask, you got to damn well be ready to go through whatever it is, because it's not going to just give it to you. The universe, the other distraction is there to stop you, because it seems that God is going to do something for you. His job is to try to block you any way he can. And you just got to know that it's going to happen. And they're going to pop up right when your blessing is about to happen. And that's how you should know. I'm telling you. That's how you recognize something, some distractions from that way back that you wasn't even thinking about, didn't think about you, and all of a sudden your life's about to do something you don't even know. But people from the past start coming back. Hey, you remember me? Do you remember me? Do you remember us? Like, yeah, but that was long ago. What's going on? I'm just saying. That's how you know. Say no. Because that means that whether they know, but something is being sent. You just got to know the Lord wouldn't send nobody at this time. Not no old ones. Not some new ones. I don't know. I'm just saying, if everybody got to pay attention to their own story. Your life, everybody's life is different, and certain things and certain ingredients is needed, some is not. So the ingredients is the people and the places and the things. So if God rearranged certain things that you used to do, that you used to eat, and you no longer can eat, that means you're getting ready for something else. And if you didn't have nothing to do with it and it's changed you, thank God that God is doing something in you. But then you need to think about if this is the God that's doing something, because you got people that also wish things. And if your spirit is not strong enough, it can affect you. For people that don't believe spell work, and I don't believe in all that voodoo and witchcraft and all that, I don't believe, well, don't believe it, because it's definitely going to believe in you. That's why it's going to get you, because you don't believe in it. That means you can't prepare yourself. You don't even know how to fight something because you don't want to see it. And if you don't believe nothing, I don't believe nothing. I don't see it. I don't believe nothing, yo, man. I don't care if I don't trust nothing. If nobody don't prove something to me, if I don't see it, I don't believe it. You don't have to believe for something to be true. These are also non-believers, because these non-believers only believe one way, and they get trapped in the system, and they like to credit or discredit people that knows a different way, or that stand up for something, because they're not strong enough to be authentic in their own way. So they need somebody to break down. If your man or your woman is not there to big you up or to strengthen you, this is anybody that say they're your friend or whatever, and they're not there to help you to win and really want the best for you, or to find out who you or what you are, that's okay. But if God made you sufficient, then that means that He's sufficiently going to take you a whole nother way. You just got to trust and know that as long as I'm doing the right thing and I'm still staying on track, love yourself, keep your vibrations high. That's something that they can't get to. That's just for all chosen, all enlightened ones. Anybody that want to use that understand why I'm saying that. When you defend, or okay, when you have your own shield, you can be your own force field. I have my own. So when you build yourself by going through this journey to took the weakest thing or something to break you, you use that and put that in the back. You can build your own. You understand what I'm saying? And then you get the breastplate of God's grace as your protection. That's your shield. Who's penetrating that? You have your own force field. You have your God shield. You already a knower. You got past the belief. Now you in the know. Now you understand when you use God and that's your shield. What spirit and what anything is going to break that, unless you happen to not know your own will. But when you went through so many things, you're not, and nothing stop you. You're not letting nothing stop you, because God is unstoppable. Who is God to be sacrificed to His own creation? Idiots in the world thought that. Let's see if we can sacrifice. But the thing is to see if that person, God is going to hold us. But let me see if I can still manipulate or use this person. Now, because that person, they don't know, they would have to see what kind of faith you got, to see what kind of strength you got, to see how you're going to get through. So that those ones don't know that. But Satan, the ones they conjure up do, they know. This one we shouldn't mess with, but I'm going to let you do it. Why? Because I am not here to give you life lessons. I'm not going to tell you how to be right. I'm not going to tell you not to do the right thing to to be righteous to a right person. I'm going to let you do it. You want to do it, and the person's going to stand there and watch you do something to someone is evil. They both are. They're going to say, my hands is clean. If you watch, and God is watching you, watch somebody do something inappropriate or uncalled for, or somebody say something about someone that they shouldn't have said and it was wrong, and nobody stands up for that one, and that one is operating with a heart of love, and that one didn't do anything, and that's to somebody in the store. Do you what kind of person are you? A good Samaritan? Would you stand up for people even if you know them or not? Do you see certain things? Do you know when to assert yourself or not? Do you know when to stand out for righteousness? If you don't, and a person watch somebody do someone wrong because they like them, and it's because they like them, they will let them wrong someone that don't deserve it, or they have more love or affection or whatever it is selfish. And then you think you're going to have a good lavish life, or you're going to have a good time by doing something wrong and being hateful, or because you watch my hands is clean, I didn't do it. Your spirit did the same. It watched someone be hurt and you did nothing about it. So if people happen to have any positions in this life that align them to have that type of experience, where you saw something, you knew something, family secrets or whatever, and something was going wrong against somebody, do you go warn that person? What you say something? What you said, look, I don't want you to be hurt. What you say anything? God is watching how we use our knowledge and wisdom, duly knowing to intervene. Because if you let something slide to someone that should have been protected, your ass is grass. nobody's getting protection. It doesn't matter. I didn't do it. Well, God's seen you not say nothing, so therefore you are not excused from being rewarded of your own bad deeds because you did not stop something that should have been stopped. You didn't say something when you should have. You put listen, people, don't let people put your soul in torture and then get ruined because somebody else misconception or thinking that, well, I want to see what happened too. Those are dark people that do dark things, and it's only one set. And I had many people that were spiritual and didn't know it. Everybody has spiritual gifts. Everybody knew how to do a little something and knew how to do something. If I knew who I was, I had to think about it. But if you are the righteousness of God, then and these people that you was around, friends and all of that, their spirits was different. Their mindset was they didn't see they didn't know God the way they thought they did. They didn't see things a certain way. So, but these people are spiritually inclined in some way. Why? Because we all naturally got our discernment. Some of us got our intuitions. We know how to see certain things. We know when to pick up on bullcrap. For some of us, we know how to. Everybody got different levels of how you use your gift, how well you mature, and able to handle it, and how to use it properly. So I learned. I said, "Damn!" So I was around a lot of some of them was witches. Didn't even know. Now, I'm not saying to everybody, or but to those that apply and they know that yeah, they do know some dark stuff. They do know how to, you know. I have siblings, I have family members, okay? So if I have family members and isn't all in each everybody got them in all they line. I have friends that know how to do something. Was it to everybody? But yes, we do know our spiritual that we know that spiritually when I say that, we do know the spirits. That's why it's spiritual. They do live. They could do things. I had experience at one of my girlfriend's house. How she lost her oldest son, and not too many days ago that he had passed. And we were sitting up talking. It's about 5 in the morning or something like that, and it was just us two up. Everybody was asleep. My mom was there and everything, and nobody was up. Okay, and in the bathroom, we heard a loud noise, and it's like a big pow, like and a bang. And I didn't get up, but the mother did, and she went in the toilet seat was flew off the toilet, and all the way dismantled. And we both knew it was her son, spirit, and whatever it was, he seemed like he was angry, but he wanted to get his mother's attention because sometimes, yes, the dead can feel some way, especially when you're taken out of the body, and it's sudden. The spirit can be a little limbo until you give it peace that you okay, and they let you know that they're okay, but they want to be remembered. You understand? So it was a little angriness. It seemed that's what we picked up that he's not here. And sometimes if their spirit is around and we don't know, we're not able to see everything, but you can feel. So if you're a person that can feel energy, then you're a feeler. You can use another word, the fancy word that I don't know right now, but I'm gonna say that. That means you're able to feel the invisible that you can't see. These are not ordinary people. These are people that is made a certain way. That means that you leave them alone. Don't harm them. Don't harm people like us because then you're sending the message that you want war. And you should not want war what God wants because then it's just, you should not. And because these things happen, a war has started. So, silent war, if you look at what's going on with the changes of the world, you can get confused, or I'll help to deconfuse you when I said it's only two spirits. So whether they use politics and a whole lot of things to get us to vote and to care about these things, is no. and void is an illusion. These people put these things up because they use dark magic and things like that, and they have all kinds of rituals and things that we don't know about because we're so distracted about what they got in front of us. And you could go sightseeing the lights, and you could let the ball drop when New Year's come. You can do all these fascinating things. You can go, take a load off, all work and no play, right? The things that we getting caught in and looking at these people been rocking us to sleep, and they hurting our people, and they making us, they doing things that, and they coming up with suits and ties, and they talking, making, and these people is, these things is actually making decisions and about our lives that we didn't ask them. They didn't ask us, what do y'all think? What kind of life do y'all want? What do you think about these rules and laws? They didn't ask us nothing. They just put them in place. Well, we felt like you broke the law, or if we got to start putting things in place. Everybody got to be, well, you get a penalty or a fine if you don't move your car when the street sweeping rules are in effect. I'm just saying, they said a lot of things. They want a lot of demands without asking, is we okay with that? We live here, and the people that drive, why don't your drivers have anything to say? And it's like, everybody, wait, let me don't say that, because this is the reason why I'm speaking. I'm not going to say why y'all don't, because a lot of people didn't think about it. And if we did think about it, a lot of things that I'm saying, a lot of us thought about it, but we don't have a way to execute what we feeling, and we don't all the time know the way to do it. We know that we want it to be done. We just don't know how. Yes, I didn't either. And I just learned that. I listened to a lot of us complain, not just complain, but yes, talk about or discuss or complain about a lot of the ways that we living in this life, the things we have to put up with when you need outside help, or you any kind of government help, or and you need some assistance. Yes, do we talk about these things, and the things about this life, and how we get treated unfair? Some of our loved ones is being reprimanded innocent and being treated badly, like if we actually criminals. So it's this world, sometimes you get the good and you get the bitter, but they make sure that the more distasteful part of life gets talked about the most. These things that I'm saying, if we did that and pass the love on, and pass up uplifting and saying to our brothers, especially the straight ones, the ones that got a hard time to commit, and they don't know when to sit down, and they can't stay with one woman, or they can't find that is a woman that changed my life. This one has value of substance. Well, this man has good morals, and he's kind, he's caring, and he's protective. He's not my type. But if God do it, he's not worrying about what's your type or not. He's going to do it as a purpose. That is the difference that most people need to learn in this world today. It was about divine feminines and divine masculines. These are beings that elevated to their God frequency, not have to be perfect, like we're not going to have arguments or disagreements. It's not like you are a magical being in your spirit. You understand that you can do some things. You have a strong willpower in yourself. You understand that God moves in your spirit, and he works for you. And you said, Lord, I work for you. I'll do anything. He said, what is it, my child? Why wouldn't that God protect that one that he said you prescribed for me? If all of his ones is prescribed, why wouldn't he protect us? Why wouldn't he warn his children if harm is coming their way? Why wouldn't he not tell the nation, if I'm coming, these are the signs to look for? How come we not paying attention that way? If he used us, do we not see where God is at when he speak? He can use any one of us. Do we know when the Most High is speaking? Can we tell when it's authentically from the Most High? Can you tell? How would you be able to know? You can feel it. None of the readers met me. They don't know whose story it is, but they know who they talking about. And they understand that if God told someone or chose someone and said, this one is for us, or this one is speaking God's words, nobody's confused about why you only going to pick that one. How come we? Because we understand that when God put a mission for some of us, or put us in an area, and he say, this is what you're born, this is your mission, or whatever it is, and our gifts, and we enlighten ourselves in our God gifts to be able to read cards, or whatever, how we use our God-given gifts to help someone, to be able to help people, that if this is your situation, or just be aware that it's people and men and that do certain things and got these covenants and do strange things in there and do all kind of things that they always want to do. And they go into these groups, especially for people that like to go both ways. This is perfect for them, that like to have sex a lot and like to do multiple sex acts and things like that. It's perfect to go into the dark web, or to when they in the little secret society send you one of their letters to see if you want to enter their world. Well, we've been watching you. I know. Oh, you've been watching me. I'm definitely not going. And you don't have to say no. You just don't respond, and you live your life anyway. That means that whatever they look up, they can't see how you was attached to them in no type of way. For the ones that's not, those are the ones that this is why they are amazed. Who is this one that's been under radar, that we haven't, that we miss, or that we didn't miss, but now made a big noise? Why? Because your spirit needs to do it. You don't have to be somewhere. If your energy is that much, then you are your own rays of the strength of the sun, because you have to have a strength that's able to go worldwide, that the Lord will send a shout out through to your ancestors, the 911. This one needs help. Everybody, pray for this one. Pray for this one that will pray for all of you. If I'm not here to say something to wake somebody up or to say we can live better, we need to trust ourselves. We don't need this world to tell us what rules we need to follow. If God said, you are for me, I'm going to take care of my children. Because when I burn a third of the earth and this and this and that happen, or these are the things that happen, the people that get left behind, these are the ones going to be like, I wish I listened. I wish I still had a friend. I wish I had that one. I wish I had him. I wish I had. Listen, what I'm saying is, you don't want to kick the wrong people out of your life. You don't want to do something when you don't know that God is sending that person in your life. And we say, damn, I didn't know. I thought that we all was ordinary. I never thought that God would use that I can come across somebody and say that's the chosen. Or I never met one of those. It's 144,000 of us. If somebody say, well, I met one, if you did, it's nobody. It's not a lot in your family or friends that people could say is that they met one. So when you meet one, and then you don't know, but then you get to know, you got to understand if you did something across that one, or read in the book what it says when God said, touch not minds, do my prophets, do my workers no harm. If you're standing next to someone or know that someone or connected to someone, knowing or unknowingly, that's why you got to be careful how people live and the things they do. And if you know that they lived a certain way, do you want to be call that person your friend to be standing next to them? Because at some point, their life is going to catch up to them. So if you're standing around he or she, or you letting people come in your home, or you like, oh, it's okay, come over, and the person know that they being dealt with, but they don't want to tell nobody, that person's life and their family life is in jeopardy. Because there's curses that's going on, and it's not reversal. It is for life. This means that you're always going to have problems, and whether it was your kids or your whatever it is just not going to be good. Even if you was innocent, but if you innocently standing next to someone and with people or family members that's been doing some things and they getting they just through and things is not going right, as many as connected, that demon, that seed wants all to not go right. It needs a lot of people to go down. If it's going down, it said, I ain't going down without a fight. Be careful. That demon don't have no loyalty. It's only loyal to God, and that's it. It's not just the minions, the people, like your family members. They don't know they being used, and God is using them, Satan, to show an example out of them, that these are the ones that wanted to live a fast life. Y'all was the ones that wanted to see the fast world. Y'all wanted to see the illusion instead of living the right way. Y'all chose to do it the fast way. You didn't take time to correct yourself. So we could say Satan is bad. Satan is not. The minions are, because they don't understand that Satan works for God. And if you understand that, he's going to see the ones that wanted to be the God of the world. You wanted to get in, we're going to let you in. These are the things you got to do. We got rules to this, right? And if you're not following Satan rules, if you get these people, Satan got some people that they pick to be on this scene that is very uncouth, and they don't follow no rules. They're not respectful. They break even Satan rules. And Satan's like, listen, I said, you better go get them. God is saying, go get your children. And you wanted to, this is yours. They didn't listen to you. You wanted to be God. That same one that they called on from down here, that the God of this world, that is the same one that's going to reprimand you. Those demons is real. My family ancestors are real. They're all on the same side. If you coming after their loved one and you doing things that's trying to hinder whatever God got for any one of his ones, if you come after one of us, you're coming after all. Now it's personal to God himself. The person that when we say my yoke is light, how is this person able to sustain? That means that because you called on yours, then would it make sense that the family and my essence that exists beyond, that when we call on Archangel Michael, Gabriel, Ariel, Metatron, uh, uh, the Baron, the greats. I pray to not to offend none of the gods. So I ask of you as I speak your name that these are the ones that God sent when you calling these names, or you setting up your own table, or you making whatever it is, but you doing it in peace. Those are the ones that God covered. I don't have to worry about who's doing something dark, because when you say return to sender and you use your authority, yes, do you have a weapon within inside? I be careful as I speak of certain things. I don't want to say, I don't want to wish harm on no one, but I say some things to speak. Be careful, because not everybody is without protection spiritually. Okay, that's another force. This world don't know nothing about that. They only going to tell you one way. Now, when another force show up, you have no reason and no choice but to sit down and say, it is a God. It is a God that helped this person, or if they're able to sustain or to be able to talk and to preach through their story, and they survive. I'm a survivor. How can I be not telling the truth? So I'll say it like this. Excuse me, as I close. I'm rising. I'm still rising. I'm still fighting. I'm still winning. I'm not giving in. I'm still fighting. I'm still growing. I'm still learning. I'm still winning. I'm rising. I'm still rising. No matter what I do, I won't give up on you, because the joy in you, Lord, you give me the joy that I brings. You give me the song that sings. I'm thankful to talk to my people. I pray that I touch everyone's heart and give them the joy that love brings. Whatever it is that you put in me to inspire these people to say, this is how the Lord loves us. If he sent us to remember, why we need to remember our love. Pardon me. Why you have to remember some things, try to spirit or whatever. Archangel Michael, I ask you to cleanse them and rebuke them from trying to hinder my speak as I get my words out. When you have your own spirit to, or someone to remind you of where God is in you, to see the best that's in you so you can be better, so you can teach why you don't hate on the other ones, pray for them. Because you need people to sit down and really look at, if you live this type of way, this is how you go astray. If you live contrary to being more in line, more even with yourself, more at peace, more in love, you would draw those type of energies to you. You would draw more of yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even if it didn't happen yet, that doesn't mean the Lord ain't doing something for you. Trust and hold on. Don't get confused because it looks like it's not going to work out for you. Ye of little faith. If you see some things, you're supposed to hold on to your faith. Hold on. Help is on the way. Have a good one and a blessed morning. And I love my people, my beloveds, and I hope that I inspired and uplift someone, and it helped to be able to use discernment from right from wrong, and what spirits is yours and what spirit is not. If you know that you're a god of dark and that's where you want to go, just understand that you can have that choice. You could be a dark warlock or whatever you want to be, a spirit that want to control the gates of hell of death, where you want to be a god of death to determine and make decisions or play God in people's life to say which life you think that after you finish playing with it that you want to discard. And then what happens when you come to another power that owns both powers, that has the same authority on both sides? What do? That person got the keys of life and death too. But guess what? They didn't have to do nothing to do it, but trust in God and go through life and not let life change them and throw them around where they forgot themselves. So if you come to a sure person that was sure of themselves and they didn't have to cheat, they just have to learn themselves. What do you do when someone learned to master themselves in the same 3D world that everybody else in? How and why would you give that same person a problem? Because they telling you you can be a better version of yourself. Once you grow in your mental, whatever you settle for, and your conscious grow up, you're no longer caring about is your spirit is not gonna still say, well, yeah, I remember we used to have, you're gonna outgrow them. Either way, either the spirit that can't hold your high standard of your frequency that's rising and your knowledge that's rising in you, the other spirit is going to be lesser. It has to stay back. It's not able to keep up with you, man or woman. That's when you got to learn that you, if you gave it a little time and some years went by and this is taking a long time and this was making your life slow down, drop and walk away. It's not being mean. It's saying, I gotta go. I'm not meant to be held back. I need somebody to inspire that's going to compel me. And a lot of times we need somebody mentally intellectual. So when you don't have an intellectual person that to stimulate you or to give you something, a fight, a opening in yourself, a drive or something, a fire to light up inside, that man or that woman needs somebody to inspire them, to tell them you can be better than that. But women, please make sure that man is worth it. If they're not worth it, to tell them that they need to have a backbone and they can feel what you're saying. They strong enough to hold you down. They can celebrate you. They can thank you and say you did something for me. If that man can't open his mouth to give praises or to give thanks to God, to be a thanks to that you was a thanksgiving to that person, and they don't see why they should give you any gratitude, even if they learn and learn from you. And they can't tell it to people that they got it when they got the enlightenment from anybody, man or woman. If that man cannot big that woman up and appreciate her, then that man don't know who he is. He just don't, because no man is running from a woman that's righteous in God. He's just not. That man is on another side. He's from another world, and he's not the same. It's period. If he did nothing to pour in or to respect a woman that is kind-hearted and loving, and he couldn't see it that way because she was looked at to be judged, she was, or whatever it is that a person say, that man, his attributes speaks for itself. That's not a man. They confuse. If they need all these other women and they live in a lower life, don't condemn them. Walk away from them. They don't know their self-worth, and I had to learn that. If somebody don't love, they could not grow up with love if they grew up with pain and hurting, or think that for a woman, for women to make another man to hurt another woman or another mother, and we have kids by the same man or indifference, or even if it do or don't, to want or to harm or to not want that woman to have because you're that bitter of your own self that you could not muster enough love for yourself to love for someone else, or to be thankful to say this person went through something, they earned it. If God said it, if you're going against that because if it's something that you didn't get, well, how come this person got, well, I'm not blessed, I did the same thing, I set the same fight, I did this. If your spirit wasn't right and you didn't have the same, if it was hard and you complained through whatever it was for you, and you did it with a grudgeful fighting heart, even though you did it, but the other one did it gladly and didn't mind to do it. Was it frustrating? Yes, but they didn't see it as overwhelming, that it's too much, that, oh, this is too much for me. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a difference of dealing with something and how you deal with it. It makes the difference of why God uses certain people to go through certain things, because the way we went about it, how we got out of it, what it made of us, and to be able to hear each other's stories, how we got out of some things that we didn't know we was going to get out of. Even if we got disfigured, some of us went through strange type of pains. Not everybody would have made it that far. Not everybody would, if they lost their limbs, to give a fight in themselves to keep going. If you're not one of those, then you're going to be, just know that you're going to be used as an example. Either because God is a God of love. He's not there to lie. And people that you got to lie and you got to make all kinds of stories. If you think that you're going down, people, if you did anything and you said, well, I'm not going to go down there with the grave, I'm not going to never say this, I'm never going to tell the truth. Just know that you're Satan, and Satan is being exposed right now. So I'm here to tell the truth. You're not, nobody's escaping. It's like, oh, well, no. Satan is helping y'all to be exposed, because you're the ones in the world, whether it don't matter what line of work you are, it doesn't matter who you are in this life. It doesn't matter who you know. God knows everybody, and everybody that wasn't part of him, that was messing around and doing the wrong thing, as this world is going down, you're being exposed. So nobody is going around with to their grave, because even before you think you're getting there, somebody's going to confess. Something is got to give. Nobody's getting, this is not just a personal only for me. This is people that did things in their life and they didn't correct it. God gave us time to clean up, to change our life. Do you want to see a different life? Those that is covered, those I'm covered, and I said, nope, I am not covering nobody from the past. So God said, leave those people there. You supposed to honor. It doesn't matter what somebody feel about their friendship, their family. Oh, that was my cousin, I remember we had. You're going to lose yourself, and you're going to miss the reason why God is using you to separate in the first place. Everybody's not meant to go. They're not ready. They can't handle the responsibility. They're just not. So they can't go. That's why they can't. Now, I just explained to you what it means when God said everybody can't go. They're not ready to face the challenges on that level. Whatever level it is, they not there. So whoever's not there, it's not to put them down and make them feel bad and feel stupid. You shouldn't feel stupid. You should realize that if somebody did tell you was going the wrong way and you didn't listen, you did yourself a disharm, and you cost your own life, shortening, because you didn't, you use the world. People that did, if you use your boyfriend or whatever, and these people, you got somebody to deceive you out of something that God was going to give you a chance in life to come from something that you didn't even know, that other people was going to be entangled, family members going to be upset. No, that's going to mess us up. And you rather stand somewhere because other people, this is for man or woman or child, I got to understand it. If your mother and father is a little twisted, you need to get somewhere where you could be safe, unless you know that you have enough confidence and faith in yourself that you could be safe in an unsafe place that is not life threatening. If it becomes life threatening, sometimes you're not going to know. It's silent. Okay? It's not going to all the time say, I'm threatening you. I'm going to deceive you. I'm going to poke you. I've been deceived in all the kind of ways you could think of. And I still think about, these people don't know what they did. They mocked their own self. If you're thinking about hurting someone, but you actually putting all kinds of poison and different spirits and energies and hate and lust, and mixing all of those fumes of everything that comes against God, that says, I don't give a damn. You put all that don't give a damn on your own spirit and on your own body in the name of somebody that represents the Most High, or anybody that just living a good life, or somebody that ain't even just not even thinking about you. They just minding their business, like what I'm doing. So when you got people that just mind their business and people was thinking about making their life hard, they jealous that they going to school, they still got they got their kids looking nice or whatever they got, and whatever little they got, somebody want them to not to have that. They look like they so happy in life. How come they keep moving on in life? How come they not sad and struggling? They by themselves. How come you're not sad to be lonely? Because I was always to myself, and I enjoyed being to myself as well as being around others. But nothing made me more happy to be to myself and travel wherever I wanted. And anywhere I want, I was protected with peace. What can I enjoyed that. So if somebody want to use a weapon of making somebody lonely, that is only going to make them better. So whatever you use for the to fuel to that person, only thing you can do is enhance them and make them better. So anything you use against that person that is living in the righteous way for the Most High, only thing you're doing is making them better because they see life as a challenge, not people. That's me. So if you understand how I work, I'm looking at life as a challenge. And whatever it is, that is fun to a person like me. So if you get a lot of us and we see life as challenging ourselves, how better, how sharp we can get with our skills or whatever, you're no match. You need to sit down. Your whole coven is blown. You need to take a seat. Put out that light. And don't keep lighting the match and keep starting a fire that you can't put out. It's just is a no. It means to sit down. If you want to study somebody, you say, well, I want to study this inquisitive mind. You know what you need to study? The strength of her love. How strong is her love? That means that's the same strength of God's love that's measured with his grace that I'm using. And I said, Lord, cover me to be whatever it is that you put in me to example you with your spirit. Who's coming against that? Go sit down and have a bite of a carrot, whichever way you want to do it, so you can see a little bit better. That's not going to work. That's what you should come to the conclusion to. If you're going against anything that got more power than you, and that person is connected to the power that got more power than anything on this earth, that can give electricity, can take it down, that can shock somebody, can make some things happen with the weather, can do some things with nature. If you're thinking about coming across that person and God said no, it doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. They will use any measure to stop anything from coming across something that belongs to him. And he said, touch not mine. I'll fight for that one. I'll flip everybody, kids and all. All bets is off. That's the Lord. Who's going to fight with that one? And what did I say that I threaten anyone? No one. Who's going to go have a fight with God and tell him, you know what, you shouldn't have did that. Why you have to use that measurement? How come you can ask how come, why? And guess what? Your own action is going to speak for itself. How come you didn't change? Why didn't you learn to appreciate what you had? How come you didn't think that you should stop doing these things? How come you don't think you should right the wrongs with the one that you wronged that shouldn't have been wrong in the first place? Do you know to make it right with that one is to make it right with the Most High? If people not thinking that, you have to make it right to the people that you wrong if they innocent or they didn't deserve the type of treatment that you gave. Make it right to those ones because that's taking care of God business. If you're doing it another way and you feel some way about it, I'm not doing that. Okay, just remember that God's going to see you, and that's how you're going to get treated. And what comes around goes around. You're going to want somebody to give a damn about you. You're going to want somebody if you're losing your eyesight or you can't eat or you can't see, your teeth is got not, whatever it is, you're going to want somebody to care or still want to sit around you. You want somebody to think about when you was kind, the times that you put in. What about me? You're going to want somebody and wish. But if you're hanging with a bunch of heathens and all the heathens don't got love and you don't kick all the lovely people out, guess what you're sitting next to? People that have no love. So guess what? When it doesn't get its way, everybody's going to turn on each other because there's no love and there was no loyalty there. There's no boundaries. So when you come into a system and you want to go into Satan's house and it comes with a price and you say, well, we got protection here. We the brotherhood or whatever kind of hand symbols or whatever kind of shit you use, and you go howling in the dark and you start turning into werewolves and shit. And they say wolves in sheep clothing. Yes, they make noises at night. They're underneath that moon and it don't sound nothing human. So if you're looking at them in the day, they don't sound nothing like that when they doing their chants and they going to speak to their mullah or whatever it is that they speak to. It's not in a human way. And they don't sound nothing like what they sound in church. It's more go to the next level. It's out of this world, I'm gonna tell you. They go to dark places and they doing dark things and saying dark chants and wishing shit and spell work, magic spell, and all kinds of toilet magic. And listen, people, y'all better wake up, because if you think this world is not two ways, and you only thinking this run regular when people could shoot somebody and push somebody, you got people that know how to hurt somebody behind the back where you won't even see it coming. So many different players, they figure you can't see nothing. Well, when you got one, and I said, listen, I know how to connect my dots. I know how to find out who's next to who and who knows what. I know how to do that. When you keep your own, you keep a record of your own. You know how to do your own magic, and you know how to figure out some shit and how to add and subtract. You ain't got to tell nobody, did you go to school? Who taught you that? If you learn some lessons in life and you learn how to use it, nobody can tell nobody how well to use the lessons in the school and everything they went through and learn how well you can grab all of those information and how well you can use that for you and map yourself out in this life. Make it make sense. Put it to the lowest common denominator. We learned that in grade school. Use life like that. It's one and two people. If you want, you either one of those of God's one, of the righteous where you tell the truth, and then you or the other one, which is distraction that's there to lie and keep lying to you. And they part of a system that's there to control you. They already sold their souls out when they said that they was going to go against you. If they know who you are and they know who you pray to, and you are righteous being, your spirit is right, and you kind and all of those nurturing, whatever kind of things, and the person got a nerve to question or have something to say about you, their spirit don't belong to God, because no, God is not questioning himself. Okay? That's first of all. That's how you know, people. The Most High do not have a problem with himself. He would not put us with people that's going to have an argument. They would accept, they would know and acknowledge, because that's the same God that gave us life. And he gave us to glorify himself in each other. So we would never have a mismatch or a disagreement or having arguments. We can't be on the same court. If it ain't on the same court, that's Satan right there, okay? So Satan needs to know who Satan is. So when they see the light, and if you know that you Satan, you can't get mad at the light figuring your ass out, because they're the flashlight to your soul. They're going to reveal everything that was dark and crummy, and then anything that you was hiding, they're there to show is a mirror to your soul. Now, when you think of a mirror, don't think about the mirror in your house. The mirror in your house is a reflection. The mirror to your soul, if another being do it, that being is mirroring all the things that was hidden within you, and the goodness that you're looking at. That is the good that you should be able to see in you. For twin flames and soulmate, you should be able to see the version of yourself that you can be. If you see that side and you get scared and make you run and you want to hide, you ain't used to that, it's okay. I can understand why people run back to things they're familiar to, because it's comfortable to go there and to do those things, because it's like, well, I'm gonna go back to what I'm used to, because nobody don't. It's not a push, and nobody don't really know me. Especially when those are the pretenders of the world. They find something that's comfortable where they don't get challenged in life. They figure that they got a power and they could just ride off of that. But what happens when you meet the same authority, but on the opposite side? That's not an actor. That is a goddamn truth you running after and you coming up against. You cannot come against the truth if you're going to come with a lie, and that spirit already know your spirit and know who you are. It is best to either stay out of sight, go sit down and leave that person alone, go find another sucker if you're looking for one. You shouldn't, but I'm just saying, go find an unrighteous one that's in one of your cliques so you can play with each other. Don't pick on people that's not in your lane. It is a death threat to yourself. It's a bad habit. It's an accident waiting to happen. So on that one, I tell you to be good, be better, do better. I got that from somebody that inspired me a lot, which is my kid's father. And either way, It goes, because somebody else don't appreciate what they had with you, do that mean that you shouldn't appreciate why you did the things you did? Because that being will never be able to forget that they had a love and they can't replace it, and they will never have that peace that you gave. It's better to give more memories of that, because they can't ever say they had a bad moment. They can't say they had anything bad with you. So you leave goodness. If you're going to walk away, leave good things about you, because they'll never be able to find that part, because that's the part that made them the other half that they should have drawn to, but they see it as boring because there's something calm that you need to do. And it's not rivalry and all that. Yes, you can have your own flair, but it should be tasteful. And if you can't blend with someone that's peaceful and calm, that man or woman, our men need to be uplifted by strong women. Strong women is not by lifting weights or none of that. Being able to be assertive, to be able to handle, to be able to work under pressure when pressure comes. Can you think? Can you make good decisions? Can you be able to do things and handle um, yourself? Can you are you a person that is that make quick decisions or hasty? To have morals, do you have boundaries? Are you able to cook? Do you know certain things? Do you know when to fall back? Even if you make more money, do you know when to say, I'm not going to put my man down because I need him to balance me out? I need him to be at his best so I could be at my best. When anything that's under that, those the narcissistic people, they got time to go back and forth and see and battle people each other and see which one of us is more dominant, who could be the more meanest and who could be the more foul to run each other, women and men away, who can be, and then think that's love. It's not. It means that you don't have no sense of value, of understanding about your own self, that you got to play games and manipulate because you got low self-esteem. Excuse me. That if you have low self-esteem of thinking about what somebody else feel or think, or to if this man, or maybe she's prettier than me, or maybe he's more handsome than me, maybe he got a bigger thing. If your mind is doing all those things, then you didn't get past, you didn't mature in life, you didn't learn nothing. You should have learned to be secure. If this person is not worthy of me and I got to chase them around, we got to throw scare each other away, or we got to fight with each other, I got to cheat, I got to leave the home, or the man or woman, they may want to be swingers and invite all kinds of strangers in their home and do all kinds of strange things and to get money, whatever it is. Don't be putting that on nobody innocent. If your life is like that, and to think about your life, if that's the life you live, own it. Own it and be like, yeah, this is how I live. This is what I do. But don't make believe if that's not something. That's something you do, but you want to hide or say, "Well, I'm a person of God. I speak." No, I'm gonna tell you those are fakers. Because if you walk that way, your life should example, and you shouldn't use. Nobody should have to use somebody else to put them down or to make their life messed up so they can look spotless. If that's how you is, if that's who you is, why would you need to go through those tactics? That speaks for itself for anybody that does these things. I'm just saying, everybody be okay with the outcome, because the decisions that we make in our life, if we're making these decisions, then that means that we control our own outcome. Then we get whatever we get out. That's what we put. That's what you sign up for. You cannot get angry at the choices if somebody made better choices with themselves and they realize that these people I'm hanging with or the things that I'm doing, it's not benefiting me. It was, but now it's not. That means it's time to change my life. Do you know when God is saying stop, change, direction? Something needs to give, and it's not moving right, and I'm not going to let it go until you sit down and do it right. So if we're not analyzing ourselves to say, what do I need to do? You need to correct your wrongs. Who do I need to correct it to? The one that I sent to you. Whatever it is that God sent in your life, and the most important, valuable player of your life that was trustworthy, that never would tell you nothing wrong, and whatever they said, their words was right, and you gave them a hard time, go back and correct yourself, because those are the ones that God put in your life. To make it right with him is to make it right with them. And then thank God, because if he gave you another chance for those people to forgive you, then you need to come with a clean heart. And people that these people come back to, We have a job to be discerning, to find out if these people is talking from a genuine place, or they coming with a place where they just want to get in because you got covering or you got something that they can use. So they just want to see if they can bend and get on your favor. Because if you got a soft spot, maybe if she says she forgives, that means I did lose something and she'll let me in. No, be discerning and say no. If they wasn't good all this time to appreciate you, then the answer is no. They're not going to learn to be appreciative once the door closed and they have nobody else to teach them. How else and how did they be able to heal themselves to say I can love? No, you came from an unloving place. You grew up in an unloving way. You caused harm in your journey, man or woman. You did not love from a good place. Therefore, you cannot teach yourself. So if that person that was in your life to teach that and they're not there, you cannot grow on your own to get it. You don't know how to love that person on that magnitude. You never had it. Man or woman, that's how you know. Don't give them a chance. They cannot learn to love unless they accept to the chance for you to teach them. They have to be accepted genuinely. If it's not genuinely, the answer is no. Your spirit will need to pick up on it. You have to use discernment. Not everybody's meant to stay out. Some people didn't have a bad time. They just can't get it right and they wasn't sure. But if they cross all kinds of boundaries each and every time, the answer is no. That person is not trustworthy and they did not gain anything and they did not work on themselves. If they pushed the one thing that could have helped them, then there's no way, it's nobody else in a circle that can help them. You would have to wish for that person to get the help that they need to be able to love themselves beyond their own capacity. If they find fault in that, then those people is not meant to go on your journey. Simple as that. And I'm going to leave it like that. Follow God's way and be okay. Peace and love. Later for now.